was for, so I think
All right, is everybody ready?
Ready.
Okay. Before we get started, I want to mention that we need to speak into our microphones clearly so that people out in the engine bay can hear and people on WebEx. Otherwise, you won't be heard by them if you're not heard over this speaker here. With that being said, I'll go ahead and call to order this special called meeting for the termination of vested rights. And the first thing on our agenda is an adoption of the agenda. And so do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Joey makes that motion. Can I have a second? Craig seconds. All in favor? Unanimous. All right, second order of business on the agenda is to adopt the rules of procedure for determination of vested rights hearings. I believe the presenting attorney has had a copy of that. Our attorney has approved that, drafted and approved it for us. Y'all have read over it. Can I get a motion to accept that resolution?
Make a motion.
Craig makes that motion. Joey seconds. All in favor? Unanimous. All right, and so we will now go into the determination of vested rights hearing. And this is okay. Speak into your, turn it on. Need to turn it on. I'm sorry. There we go.
We'll try that again. I've got a couple of housekeeping measures that I'm gonna get with the Irvin's attorney and court reporter on. Briefly, I don't think any of them, but if we could just take care of that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, council members, would it be okay if we're seated 6 feet apart to take masks off?
I believe so. It's up to your discretion.
Good. Um, I don't know. Yep, there it is. Okay. So we took a quick break, but just for purposes of housekeeping, the documents that are going to be in the record for purposes of this hearing are going to be exhibit number 1 is the procedures that we just adopted. Exhibit number 2 is the publisher's affidavit regarding the advertisement for the zoning map adopted July 9th. Exhibit number 3 is a certified copy of the zoning map that was adopted on that date. Exhibit number 4 is a certified copy of the minutes reflecting that adoption. Exhibit number 5 is the affidavit of advertisement for the adoption of the advertisement for the adoption of the zoning ordinance. Exhibit number 6 is that zoning ordinance as amended, adopted on July 23rd, 2020. 7 is the minutes from that meeting showing the adoption. And then 8 is the application, the petition for determination regarding vested rights. And then 9 will be a document that the applicant has provided us here tonight. I'm sure we'll get into. For exhibits 1 through 8, those are certified copies of those documents. And the reason we're putting those in is for housekeeping measures, so that the petition's before us and we have a copy of the procedures that we're following and the ordinances and zoning map that is in place now. And then the purpose of this hearing is going to be for determination regarding whether the applicant, or in this case applicants, can demonstrate that they have a vested right to use certain properties for short-term vacation rental purposes, irrespective of any changes to the ordinance and or the map.
We'll review the documents with my client and myself during a break, but we'll keep it moving. The opening statement, the 10-minute opening statement, we would like to ask permission to postpone that. We've got 4 outside witnesses that would like to get in and out quickly and do the opening statement at that time. That's acceptable to the mayor and council. In that case, Matt Reeves for the applicant, so we call Ronnie Davidson as our first witness.
Okay, Ronnie, hang on just a second.
Well, before you do, sir, he's got to swear you in.
Let me swear at you real quick. All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give on the issue pending before this council shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? All right.
Mr. Davidson, I know that you're acquainted with some of the members of this body, but if you will, just by way of background, tell them about some of the projects that you have designed around the town of Tallulah Falls. Go.
Ronnie, if you could talk into the microphone so people out there can hear you. You're going to have to get it right up. You're going to have to talk to it like you're at church.
Also, the mayor is given permission to take off.
Back in the 70s, I designed and built this building. Here's Bill Larry Hamilton's father.
And when did you become aware that the Irvin family did short-term vacation rentals?
I think I've known it a long time. Since I lived.
And when did you first do home concept plans for the Irvins?
That was like it was spring, March.
And which house plan was that? that in Tallulah Falls or Lake Raven? And after the Lake Raven project for the Irvins, what did you do next?
Then we went into the townhomes, South Street. That's probably around spring, March, April.
Is that the 18 units on 4 lots?
Right.
On River Street. And tell the mayor and council the work that you did relating to 18 townhomes.
I did the conceptual. I'm not an architect, I'm a designer, so I basically did conceptual preliminaries, work the site, work the things. How the land laid, how we could put it. And put it to a point where we have to decide if we
So the townhome concept plan that was submitted in conjunction with the application filed in 2019 by the Irvins, that was some of it. Correct. And after you did the 18 units on the 4 lots on River Street, you do some additional short-term vacation rental work for the Irvins.
We had a 2-bedroom rental.
This gentleman is asking us to speak up louder. So I'll get the microphone back and hope I don't set it off again. So I'll ask it again. After you worked on the 18 townhome units on the 4 lots on River Street for the Irvins in 2019, what did you do next in the way of short-term vacation rentals for the Irvins in Tallulah Falls?
We did a preliminary or conceptual for a 2-bedroom cottage on different mountain. Walked the lot and kind of looked at it, see what we did, how we did it. One more? Oh, okay. I can't hear. That's the problem. Sorry, Mike. But no, it was a 2-bedroom cottage. When we walked at first, we couldn't look at the lot because we couldn't get up there. So then they graded the road there, but we walked the road, kind of see what places so there was less impact. Parking, getting them.
Let me take one step back. Was that one of the lots, the 14 lots up Hickory Nut Mountain?
Correct.
Before you started looking at the 14 lots further up Hickory Nut Mountain, in conjunction with the 4 lots on River Street, where there are 5 lots next door,
Mm-hmm.
did you do some work on cabins on those 5 lots?
I'm not sure I understand that. Other than the townhomes, you know, that was the bigger project, the longer project.
On 4 lots.
Right.
And when you started doing cabin plans or single-family detached plans, was that for 18 lots?
It was, and it would have been, you know, one we could mimic. We could kind of change the outside, put the full plan, but you know, keep them nice and tidy.
So you had 14 lots up Hickory Nut Mountain, and then you had 4 lots closer to River Street. Okay. And tell us about that. So you designed a single-family detached home plan for the Irvins, short-term vacation rentals. How big were the houses?
I'd say well, if we go up on the mountain on the 18 lots, that was probably 1,200 square feet, something like that, 2-bedroom. The rental duplex was probably maybe 3,600 square feet. 6-bedroom.
And that was on Lake Raven outside of the city.
And then the townhomes, I'm not quite sure the square footage of it. Because I think 2 units are designed, probably neighborhood of under 10,000 square feet.
You had 18 townhome units that you designed, and then 18 cabin lots, and you had one cabin that you started with, and then you did two variations of that. Tell us the reason to have two different varieties on the floor plan for 18 lots.
Well, it's easier, rather than trying to design everything different all the way through. And of course, that's, here again, it's all such a common area. It's built for it. It's always easy to take the floor plan and move it around and change the looks.
And what is some of the field work that you did with the Irvins to draw these house plans? What are some of the things you did out in the field?
Site work, look at it and try to get
You had visits to the site.
it.
You had visits to the lots.
Absolutely. You have to do that. Land tells you what to do.
Did you did the Irvins ask you for advice on the home layout and how to lay them out? And from your work with the Irvins on the short-term vacation rental plans on their 23 lots in Florida Falls, both on River Street and Hickory Nut Mountain Road, was it your observation that the Irvins were extensively investing time, money, and other resources into building these short-term vacation rental homes in town?
Anytime you do groundwork, you're going to spend money. When you're saying, I build it, you do it myself. So, yeah, a lot of preparation.
No further questions at this time?
Mike, I'm not sure.
It's got to warm up to us. It's allergic to lawyers.
Mike, I know we adopted the procedures, and that this is going to come a little out of order, but we may need to have a little bit of explanation on it, just so that everyone understands kind of what's happened or what is happening.
Okay. Well, do I need to just read through the procedures, or do you want to try to summarize it?
Warren, real quick, are you going to have any questions for Mr. Davidson? Okay. See, if it's a lengthy explanation on the procedures, may want to question him first if possible.
I don't have any problem with doing the explanation of procedures after. Get to him. The purpose of doing that is, my name is Warren Tillery, and I'm the town's attorney. So I'm going to have a couple of questions about what you told us tonight, but I want to make sure that my mayor and council, who are sitting as the deciders here, have the opportunity to ask any questions that they've got. So I'm going to let them go first, if that's all right.
Warren, one housekeeping. I tender the application that we've marked as Exhibit 8, I think, and the house plans, Exhibit E, house plans in front of you, Davidson, are those the house plans you drew?
Yeah.
Exhibit E and other documents. The house plans that are in there.
Here.
There's a lot of stuff in there that other people did, but
Okay.
house plans in there were the ones you drew.
Not sure I know where they all are, but at least.
those are in a house plans you drew.
The council have any questions for Mr. Davidson? Doesn't seem, all right. I do not have any questions for him.
Mr. Davidson, when you were engaged to create these house plans, did you have a written agreement for your services?
I never do. I'm still old fashioned. I charge by the hour and then I will kind of wait for the project done.
Okay.
I've done that all my life, I guess.
Fair enough. And who was your client for purposes of drawing those? Who was your client for purposes of developing those plans? Now, the townhomes that you referenced, that was in conjunction with a rezoning request. Is that right?
I think so. I don't get into that. I just look at what you want to draw, and I kind of get my head wrapped around that. So I try not to stay away from all of it.
And all of those things would be like the zoning requirements?
Yeah, I try to just draw preliminary and kind of work with the creation of it. Get involved with the zoning and all that. And I figure that's civil engineer or the job.
Okay. And I think you told me that on your field site, the purpose of that was to visit the property. And that's because land will tell you what you can do with it. All right. So the conceptual plans were intended to show what could be put on the land itself, not necessarily what would comply with the zoning code. And then when did you do those concept plans again?
I did, I'd say early spring, March, April on the Lake Rayburn, I think, townhomes, probably around, about the same time, April to July, March, kind of conversation time. And then, one bedroom, rental, July.
Okay. So the other ones we were talking about, I'd written down 2013, but did you tell me it was 2018?
2018,
28.
first one, second one, that team.
All right. I don't think I have any further questions.
Mr. Davidson, to clarify the timeline, did some work on the cabins for the 18 lots, single-family detached cabins. Did some work in July of 2020 for the short-term vacation home. Had started months early.
Yeah, conversation, obviously, which I.
To elaborate on the plans, if you will, the plans that are in Exhibit 8, the application here in front of you and Mayor and Council.
I usually try to color renderings, so easy for people to see, since I don't just can't.
Just hold them up and show them too.
Okay. This is like a first concept here, and of course I was trying to make this juncture, and trying to. This one here looks like the one we is the last concept of what we come up with.
That's on the 4 lots on River Street.
Exactly.
Townhomes.
And, of course, we tried to make it look like in Hunters here in Tallulah Falls. So that was that one. And then, of course, elevation again. And there's this one. This is the floor plan concept to come up with to kind of contain people. And this is kind of how we tried to place all the rooms and kind of confine people, keep doors down, dual powers down below. So that's that plan. And then I think we have yeah. And these are just the three stories. We have a basement plan also that we had as contingent that we could do or not do based on how you elevate the property. So we kind of worked it out so that the main level and then level like a floor walk up elevators, large ones. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, Ryan, the mic needs to be.
And this one. Let's see. And this one here is just a partial elevation of what I felt like it might look like from the lake looking back up at it.
That's still the 4 lots on River Street.
Still the same one. And this is just a kind of a half colored rendering, so I don't get into all of it because here again it's conceptual. And the more I draw them, so I try to keep that down. But that's kind of what we thought it might look like there. So. And then I know it's civil engineer's job on this too, but I kind of like to lay it out as far as the site plan and parking, so it gives me a good feel of how the structure might wind up being. Anyway, that's that on the 18 unit. And of course, this is just like a single room is what we do here, just a layout of what each individual room would look like. Yeah. And this is a basement layout of what we could possibly do there if it would ever work. Okay. This is the duplex on right there. Same thing. Correct. The earlier one was, yes, correct.
Matt, if we could, before you lose those pages, if we could I could get somebody to make a copy, but since he's talking about something that's in a mass of documents, perhaps we could just pull those out. Say, these are the documents we were talking about during his testimony.
That's correct. Correct. That's the full plan. Not my expertise. I think I might have did some colored renderings. And I do that for myself anyhow. So I think, and then that was the point. Yeah. I don't remember. Think about that. What did I got? I think it's just we got the one floor plan, I believe, with the thoughts that we were going to turn it into three. We just never got that far.
There was a moratorium that got put in place at some point.
At some point, it stopped.
Questions at this time?
Just a couple things to follow up on.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, that's not an architect, but I got the roots. I kind of know what's going on with the projects I worked on. I try to draw so that I know that they're kind of in close line. A lot of that's because of firewalls between apartments. You gotta have a firewall that's going to divide with a building. Being able to do fire training stuff like this, fire is anything. Structure is pretty much most of your apartments and hotels anyhow are built out of wood, concrete slab, things like that. And handicap accessibility is that you really got to hone in on. And so I try to look at getting people out, just my way of designing what I've known. But other than that, once I get to that point, darkness will take care of all
All right. So is it, I don't mean to belabor the point, but is it the consultation of the codes that you were doing, is that for purposes of determining whether it would physically fit on the lot?
No, not necessarily. You're going to have separation, fire separation. But if you do, you have the proper lies. I have to play with people. Yeah, well, I know what motivation is
Okay.
there.
Would you be able to build that structure based on that plan there?
On Lake Raven, you should explain.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of ways you can do it now. Never seen it.
And that would be true here as well, right?
Well, you have to.
So they would need architectural plans.
Any assembly,
And do you know how many lots total you were doing the concept plans for?
4 lots.
Is it just 4 lots or are there more lots?
What do I remember?
And now these are on the detached uh, STVR properties?
You know, 4 lots.
All right.
Yes, in one. Create something.
I'm not going to hold you to a specific figure. Ballparks will be perfectly fine. But for that concept plan, the detached single family stuff, do you have a ballpark of what you charge to create those plans?
Oh.
I know, right, but you,
For me, I'm about 22%.
and do you have a rough dollar amount for that? No, for you.
For me? Yeah. 14,000.
Okay. And during the time that you developed those, you weren't having communications with city officials, were you? During the time that you developed those, you weren't having communications with city officials, were you? During the time that you were developing concept plans, it was a conversation stage, right? None of those conversations included city officials.
I don't care about those things. I do, so I get carried away with that.
Mike, do you want to summarize the procedures, or do you want me to?
If you would, because you're a little more familiar.
All right. Okay. So this is slightly out of order. We would have done this at the beginning, trying to get a few witnesses in and out. But the summary of the rules for this proceeding is basically that this is a quasi-judicial process for the determination of vested rights. We have two applicants tonight. The general rules of procedure outlined in that resolution that the mayor and council adopted at the beginning. Basically, the mayor is going to be the presiding officer. He can consult with me, of course, but he's going to be the one that is kind of running the show. To the extent there are any objections or procedural issues that come up, it'll be up to the mayor to make a ruling on. One procedural issue, for example, was whether it's acceptable to move, the opening to after we get through some witnesses so that we can get the witnesses in and out. And I think, what's shown there is that, we allowed that. We're flexible in that sense. So that's, one thing that, for example, the mayor would make a ruling on. The hearing is open session. The final decision will be in open session, but the procedures do allow for deferral of the actual decision, because I think we're going to hear a lot of evidence and testimony tonight, and I'm not going to speak for them, but the mayor and council may want to consider some of that. Everybody will be sworn in when they come in. That'll be done by the mayor or his designee. If, I may suggest that either the court reporter or Linda do it. The mayor and council has the discretion to introduce any document or call any person who's present to testify. And that's what you saw at the beginning when we put documents forward just for housekeeping purposes. Now, in these proceedings, we're limited to the issue of whether the applicant has vested rights. And in that regard, the burden of proof's on the applicant. We're going to hear from them tonight regarding why they believe they do have vested rights, and that'll be the nature of the decision. The format of this, it is quasi-judicial, but we're not required to apply the formal rules of evidence. But we can use them as a guide. It'd be similar to, magistrate court or something like that. But I don't expect anybody to be, up on the evidence code except possibly Mr. Reeves. And then after we get through, kind of the housekeeping measures, the general presentation of this is going to be, there's, an opening statement, which we moved. And then there's the ability to present witnesses and evidence. When we get to that part, as we've done with the first witness, documents will be presented to the presiding officer for distribution. After the document's presented, if we need to know what it is, we may ask some questions just for clarity on that. But otherwise, the witnesses, can come in and talk, and we'll hold questions until the end, kind of the same format we did with the last witness. And that'll get repeated for each witness after that. And then there is the opportunity to make a closing statement. Once the hearing's concluded, then council can deliberate jointly or take the matter under advisement. It'll be for y'all to decide at the end. And then, of course, the decision can be made tonight or deferred. But the decision will be made by a motion and a vote, and the vote requires there to be a majority. It is going to be something that's reflected in a written decision. And of course, I know Mr. Reeves knows this, but if he's unhappy with the decision, then there is a mechanism to appeal it by writ of certiorari to the Superior Court. Otherwise, those are generally the procedures that we're going to follow tonight, with the exception of whatever flexibility may be necessary to accommodate and hopefully get this thing to a conclusion with enough time where I don't get back at 3 a.m.
And I checked, and it's my understanding everybody has had a copy or access to a copy of the application supporting materials. It would be of benefit during your deliberations, if you're going to deliberate after the day, get a paper copy of that. We'd be glad to get you a paper copy. So just route that through city attorney and applicant. We'd be glad to get you an extra copy of it if you want to look through it on paper.
All right, Mike, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, I believe that you had some other witnesses you wanted to call in.
Claudia Lyle.
All right, and I believe our clerk's going to administer the oath from this point forward. And while we're waiting for her to come in, I want to remind all speakers to make sure that you're speaking into the microphone and that you're being heard over the loudspeakers. We have people out in the engine bay wanting to listen, and we have people online that would like to hear what's going on.
Okay, Ms. Lau. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give on the issue pending before the council shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Ms. Lyle, if you'll use the microphone in front of you, and the rest of the mayor and council, tell them about your work as a realtor and broker in the area.
Oh, okay. I have been in real estate and a managing broker. Can you hear me through this? This way. Okay. Probably for 23 years. We've worked White County, Habersham, Rabun County, Stevens, all the surrounding counties. So, I've been had access to residential. We've done rentals. I've seen short term. So, I guess I could say I'm pretty experienced as far as real estate in this area.
All right. In addition to your work as a broker and realtor regarding short-term vacation rentals, did you learn about a deficit or a lack of lodging in the area through a board you served on in Clarksville?
I have been involved with the Clarksville Main Street for quite a number of years. And, we do events. We plan a lot of the things for the city of Clarksville. And of course, I'm very involved with the chamber as well. I've been involved with the Rabun County, White County, and Habersham County chambers. And one of the things that we've all been aware of is the lack of lodging. And when I say lodging, to me, classier lodging. You have people that are coming in for wedding events, for golfing, for different kinds of things. And of course, I know when we have people that are coming in for business, you have a few of the smaller hotels, motels in Cornelia, and then you have Helen. Well, a lot of people don't want to go to Helen because that is a tourist town. It's very, we consider that more the party town. And we've got a lot of people that are coming here to go to, for instance, my grandson goes to Raven Gap School. I've been involved over the years with Tallulah Falls School with events and things. And I know there's people that have always been coming in looking for lodging. And we don't have a lot of that available. And, you know, I was excited to know that there was a possibility because with Tallulah Falls, you know, I really don't know who claims it, Habersham or Rabun County, but I think we both do.
A few months ago, you got to talk to the mayor and council and present them with a letter. Before you wrote that letter, talked to the mayor and council, had you learned that the Irvins, had you learned months earlier or even earlier than that, the Irvins were planning to do short-term vacation rentals in Tallulah Falls?
I did.
Tell us about that.
I don't know exactly when, if it was year before last year, but there's some conversations I know we have talked about the need for lodging. And I was informed that they had plans to do that, and I was very excited about it. In fact, I had a conversation on another property that they have up in Dillard, you know, some marketing that they were planning to do for that. Of course, Dillard's a little bit further away, so I was very excited when I heard that they were going to possibly do something in Tallulah Falls. And then I was contacted by Mr. Irvin, I think it was probably the last part of May, asking my opinion on short-term rentals and what I thought effect they had on property values and things of that nature. You know, so I did some research, and of course I had a little knowledge of things that were going on in White County. Especially in one particular subdivision. And I know that was a long drawn out process on what they were going to do about allowing short-term rentals there. And I know that I based a lot of my research on one particular subdivision because it was very strongly affected. And in fact, I personally don't do a lot of listing or selling except for my sphere of influence, but I did have the opportunity just recently to list a property in that particular area. And I've had several calls on it for people that were very excited, one a cash buyer, but it was going to be a while before they could come here full time. And as we all know, because of all this pandemic, we've got a lot of people moving to this area. Some of them aren't ready to do it full time, so they were looking for something that they could rent out as a short-term rental. And when I had to tell them that was not a possibility, they were not even interested at all. So those are just little things that we do face in our business.
Earlier, the mayor and council got to hear about some plans that the Irvins had for detached single-family homes to be used for short-term vacation rental. Also some attached townhomes, 18 units, 18
right.
Attached, 18 detached.
Mm-hmm.
Based on your experience relating to short-term vacation rentals and need for lodging and supply and demand, what is your view of the work that the Irvins did at Tallulah Falls on their 23 lots, those attached, detached short-term vacation rentals?
I think there would be a strong need to have both, a variety. And I know I go to a lot of places that have basically are communities that have their single family housing. Some of them even have convention centers. Some have the townhomes. Some have single villas. I know even there's a section in the Orchard, which is really near here, that have the villas that are for rent. You know, so I mean, this is not uncommon in any community. So I think the having the variation is a good thing.
And mention the schools, weddings, other things where there's a need for lodging. Mm-hmm. Then you mentioned Helen's down the road. That's more of a tourist place. Who is the kind of customer who rents a short-term vacation rental for lodging?
Different areas, I think, attract different people. I think in an area such as this, it would be people more involved in business, in the schools, or weddings, things of that nature. You also have, with this being the gorge here, with the kayaking and, things that you have here. Plus, we're almost like a corridor to the other events and places around here. So I think it would be, to a group that would really be interested, serious hikers or canoers or people with the lakes, playing golf.
The letter that you presented the mayor and council a few months ago, there you talked about, in your experience, short-term vacation rental homes have more value, have enhanced value. How do they affect the communities in Northeast Georgia?
Well, as we all know in real estate business, it's all about supply and demand, and it's about getting people in. So the more people that you have coming into an area, they fall in love with it. There's a demand for housing, and right now there's definitely a demand for housing. There's a shortage. So the more people that you have coming into an area with an interest, that drives up the prices. So it increases the property values.
And you got to present your letter to the mayor and council a few months ago, your first letter. Did you do a second letter?
I did. I think I focused more, okay. What I did on this particular letter was, I did some research on the subdivision that I was basing it on out of White County, some of the sales in 2019 versus some of the sales later on after the White County ruling was made, and it was left up to the subdivision that they were not going to have short-term rentals. And from the original list price to the sales price, there was a considerable drop in the value versus the regular market in that marketplace. Pardon? That was the Sky Lake community.
Okay. And the data that you have in the second letter, tell us about that.
Oh, okay. That was basically the one I was talking about. So we looked at it. Of course, you have to realize that this data is old, but at the time I had pulled it, I showed where there was the original list price on several active properties, and then how they had been reduced to the current list price, which were tremendous drops. Same thing in some of the lots that were available. I also pulled sales from, turn the page. $2020, and it was the same thing. And I'm reading what I had put here. In fact, the properties that sold were 21% below the original list price. I pulled the other 2020 sold properties in the comparable price range, and that was in some of the same areas in that county, and there was a 4% difference. So I think that basically showed that there was a drop in value.
What about in Hilton?
And in that, I had studied and read some articles on that they were experiencing the same thing, that some of the places that were not allowing short-term rentals had seen a drop in the property values.
Let me get this straight. Recently, you had a buyer who wanted to come live in a home. There was going to be a gap in time
Right.
when they would move. They want to go ahead and buy the home, then temporarily rent it out for short-term vacation rentals. They were willing to pay good money for it if they could do that. Then they declined to buy the home to one day live in it because they couldn't do short-term vacation rentals.
Right. And that was the one thing that I brought out because I knew they were coming to this area, making the trip in. And so just through the conversation, because I always try to ask questions, probe, find out exactly what they're looking for. And, up front, she told me, I'm a cash buyer. We love this. We want a log cabin. We want in the area. And so she was telling me that it was probably going to be 3 or 4 years before they could move here, but that was their plans. And so I said, would you be doing any kind of rentals? And she said, oh, of course, that's part of what we want is short-term rental. And then I had to tell her, I'm sorry, that can't be done in this particular area. And she said, I'm not interested.
So just because Irvins have experience in doing short-term vacation rentals and want to do short-term vacation rentals on these 23 lots, that doesn't mean that would be that way in perpetuity, right?
Right,
Somebody could buy one of those residential homes,
right.
correct? And you could have a long-term tenant also in one of those structures.
Right.
There's a variety of land uses over time that could develop for a short-term vacation rental, with that recent buyer
Sure.
being an example.
Yes. I know I lived in a private lake community several years ago, and in fact, the house that I had is now being used as an Airbnb. And one of the neighbors had a short-term rental place. That was when they first started. We never had any problem. One particular time, I think there was some loud music, and of course, we said something to the neighbor. Never happened again. Now, I've also lived in a subdivision that I live in now that several houses have been rented out. And these are long-term renters, and they're hard to get rid of because they have their own rights and their own properties. It was every weekend. There was loud music and parties. So from my experience personally, short-term rentals were nowhere near as much of a hassle as long-term rentals.
Also, on short-term rentals with Airbnb or Verbo or other services, they have standards. In addition to having to present the property to the market, to customers, that actually makes the properties have to be more well-maintained and up to date, right?
That is true. And I know I have a grandson and several nephews that are, well, I guess they're almost out of their teen years. At the time, they were in a particular area that was a short-term rental, and they had to leave because they got a little bit rowdy. And, that's the good thing. You have some control.
That wasn't one of the Irvins.
No, this was not anywhere around here.
I don't know that I have any more questions for Ms. Lyle, so I would present her to Mayor and Council and City Attorney.
I do have at least one. Now, was the loud and rowdy individual you're referring to Mr. Reeves?
It was.
All right.
And the Irvins were with him. No. These were high school seniors.
In Helen.
Yeah, that's right. All right. No, in all seriousness, I've spoken before when we
Yes.
talked last time, and Matt, just think I've pieced together what it is that you were referring to there. It's in Exhibit 8, which is the application. There's a number of exhibits. What I am calling, it's marked Exhibit C to what is the unnumbered exhibit. It's really the unnumbered exhibit number 4, which is constitutional rights letter submitted on July 9th, 2020. In there is Exhibit C. That's part of the petition.
That was the letter presented to the Mayor and Council.
Yes.
Letter going to be, it's an unnumbered exhibit, but it is part of number 8. It was part of the, when did you do that second
It was.
letter? In my book, it's flagged as the unnumbered exhibit. It says additional realtor opinion to the petition. That is,
Yes.
Now, are the sales on that letter, are they in Tallulah Falls?
No. Actually, there haven't been enough sales in Tallulah Falls to base anything on. So, we go around this area because with it being a small area, our board of realtors cover White, Habersham, Rabun County, and those are our main sources of information. And so these were pulled off of our multiple listing. So, as far as anything like this happening here, we haven't had such in Habersham County. So in fact, I think I had pulled some of the sales, and there have been very few sales in this zip code in this area. So not enough to gather any data.
All right, and the sales on there, the ones that are subject to an STVR prohibition, is that prohibition a subdivision covenant, or is that a governmental regulation?
What was done was they left a lot of this up to the covenants in the subdivision.
All right, and as it relates to your discussion over short-term vacation rentals here, was your involvement, when did your involvement in that project begin?
With
Yeah,
the Irvins,
right, I think you told me it was this year.
yes, I mean, I was aware that they were going to do something, and then it was the last of May, I think, when I talked with them about that. I was specifically asked the question and was asked if I would maybe write a letter, which is the first letter that I wrote. And I know I have an email that shows where I had sent it to Mr. Irvin, and it was in June. I think it was on June the 24th, which I was apologizing because I had taken so long to get it to him, so.
All right. Now, the properties that VR prohibition, they still have economic value, right?
Well, they do to somewhat, especially in the market now, because we have such a low supply of properties. And right now, people are reluctant to put them on the market because of the fact that there's nowhere else to go. But I do know that in our area, we have a lot of people that are moving here that are wanting to get out of the bigger towns and everything. And so a lot of the people have been here with short-term rentals. That's how they knew the area. That's how they wanted to come here. And so they're still wanting to come, just like the one that I had that was wanting it for the future, but wanted a short-term rental. So it has had an adverse effect on property values, which not only in this area, but other places, which Hilton Head was one that had suffered, one of the resorts there, subdivisions that had stopped allowing short-term rentals.
Now, in connection with your work on this particular endeavor, did you have any conversations with city officials?
No. The only thing that I was asked, was my opinion, which is an opinion as a real estate broker.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you,
Ready to proceed?
Yep.
Next witness, Jerry Harper.
is Jerry Harkness out in the engine bay?
Mr. Harkness, I'll go ahead and swear you in while he's working on that. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give on the issue pending before the council shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Mr. Harkness, will introduce yourself to the mayor and council. Know if you've ever done anything.
Absolutely. Guys, my name's Jerry Harkness. I'm a real estate agent here in Habersham County in Northeast Corner. I served 2 terms on the city council there in the city of Demorest, and have been involved in local government for years.
And in addition to serving on the worked on a
Well, when White County started looking at some of their short-term things, the White County folks, I'd had some contacts over there, and we had brainstormed and talked about several different ways that they could regulate and look at those things. And through those processes, they come up with their policies.
during your time in Emirates, ever have
No,
kind of unusual, like,
it's very unusual.
okay, all right. On the White County ordinance, did White County adopt an additional residential zoning classification where short-term vacation rentals were allowed?
That's correct. They have a zoning class, I believe it's R3, that allows for short-term rentals.
And in addition to that, did White County get into the whole HOA issue and sort of delegate decisions to homeowners associations in addition to allowing our short-term vacation rentals in R3?
They do look towards the HOAs as far as their policies and dictating what that zoning class is, but as far as that zoning class, R3 was just the zoning class for those properties.
They had sort of 2 different provisions. One allowed in R3. Other areas they defer to the homeowners association.
Correct.
They actually got into that hornet's nest of homeowners association.
Yes, sir.
But they did allow short-term vacation rentals in residential.
Correct.
And
By doing so, they also regulated how those short-term rentals operate. They set policies in place. They have checks and balances. They have a whole checklist of obligations you have to fulfill to have a short-term rental.
you find that checklist and bring it with you tonight.
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document marked Exhibit 10.
This is the checklist.
Tell us about the White County short-term vacation rental checklist.
They give you a pretty easy 4-step process as far as completing a business license, filing an application for the zoning class and permitting, issuing a license, and making sure that you are charging the 8% lodging tax that comes back to the county. They also make sure that you have the proper septic tank, make sure that there's not as many people in the house that's permitted, that there's a few checks and balances just to make sure they're safe and managed properly.
So White County regulates, licenses, and then gets revenue for short-term vacation.
A lot of revenue. Yes, sir.
A lot of revenue, 8% per booking. And as part of their checklist, Verbo or Airbnb licensing, that's something they screen for you to start doing short-term vacation rentals. They want to see that you've got some ability to fly with third parties.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but they do require you to have a business license to put it on VRBO or Airbnb.
And in terms of quality on regulated short-term vacation rentals, as well as these commercial services, bring quality, how do short-term vacation rentals end up being in terms of quality?
As far as the renters?
Well, property, real estate value, what, are they generally high quality and high standard?
Oh, absolutely. It's a commercial investment. You want to make sure you protect your investment. You want to make sure that your renters aren't destroying your investment because it is an investment.
In White County, for example, you have both White County as well as Airbnb or Vrbo or another commercial service who would lease the quality of the short-term vacation.
Well, on those sites, reviews are the policing of those.
That's the lifeblood of the short-term vacation rental is prior customers' experiences. So somebody leaves the property in bad shape as the owner, they're going to pay for it.
Of course.
There's an incentive to keep qualities and keep properties in high quality and good condition.
That's right.
Tell the mayor and council about the letter that wrote relating to short-term vacation rental.
The Urbans reached out to me just asking about my opinion of short-term rentals versus or vacation rentals versus long-term rentals. Recently, prior to them asking me to do that, I'd read a article through the National Association of Realtors that said 42% of buyers that enter into a market to purchase a home as a second home want to make sure they can rent that property. They got to understand that it's a second home they're purchasing. It's an investment. And if they can't rent it, they're not going to buy it. I have folks call me all the time, even though they know very well that they may leave that home and stay there full time, but they want to know they can rent it if they can.
So we had a witness a minute ago who talked about potential buyers who wanted to move to property. There's a gap between when they buy it and when they want to move to it themselves, and they'll do short-term vacation rental. So there are short-term vacation rental owners who, in the course of a given year, will intentionally rent it out for some periods and use it for some periods.
Oh, absolutely. But you also have a set of buyers that have no intentions of renting it immediately, but if they know they can't rent it, they don't want it.
That impacts the value of the real estate.
It absolutely impacts the value.
From what you have learned from talking to the Irvins about their 23 lots and short-term vacation rentals in Tallulah Falls and your experience, knowledge about short-term vacation rentals, you think it's a good idea to put short-term vacation rentals in Falls?
Absolutely. For years, we've talked about economic impacts. We've talked about how to boost the economy here in Habersham County, Rabun County, Tallulah Falls. All these municipalities have talked about how do we gain revenue? How do we capture tourists? This is how we capture tourists. We find them a place to stay. Then we find a place for them to spend their dollar and keep it here in North Georgia.
By tourists, is it lodging or is it rowdy people who go to hell?
No, it's lodging. Those people are here to enjoy our parks. People are here to enjoy Northeast Georgia.
For the question.
Thank you.
They may have some.
What you got?
Thank you for your time.
Show you the letter, I think.
Yes, sir.
Is that the letter you're talking about?
It is. Yes, sir.
Is that the only letter?
That's the only letter.
So, this. One of the documents it looks like it's Exhibit D to the July 9th Constitution. Yeah.
I'm Jerry Harkness.
Harkness,
Harkness.
Harkness, are you a lawyer?
No, sir.
Have you reviewed the Little Falls zoning ordinance related to STR?
I have not.
Have you had any conversations with city officials in Little Falls regarding the feasibility of short-term vacation rentals?
I have not.
Would it be fair to say that your testimony tonight and the work you did on the letter is related to a policy decision, whether it could be regulations, short-term vacation?
I think my testimony, or the reason I was asked here tonight, was to talk about the value of short-term rentals to Northeast Georgia. Thank you.
Okay, before you call your next witness, I want to remind everyone that we're here to hear about the vested rights. And the last two witnesses have been talking about why we should have short-term rentals in Tallulah Falls. We already had that discussion several months ago. Tonight, we're here to hear y'all's evidence, to receive y'all's evidence for vested rights. That's what we came here tonight to get from you guys. So if we will afford those last two witnesses the credibility that they deserve, but we just moving forward, let's try to focus on the fact that we're here to listen about vested rights specifically pertaining to J&D Irvin Holdings and S&B Irvin Holdings.
And Mr. Mayor, we were presenting those witnesses to show that the expenditures that Irvin's made were reasonable investment back expectations, and reliance on the legality of short-term vacation. Two witnesses showed that it was a financial incentive reasonable for the Irvins to spend the $700,000 in furtherance of short-term vacation.
Okay.
That will present law later in the evening, but these two witnesses definitely bore upon the legal standard of vested rights.
All right. I just wanted to make sure we were still moving toward the vested rights.
We'd like to call James Irvin as our next witness.
Mr. Irvin? I need to swear you in first. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the issue pending before this council should be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank
you. Mr. Irvin, if you will, please introduce yourself to the mayor and city council, town council.
I'm James Irvin. My business is Foothills Land Design. I've been doing engineering design for 25 years throughout North Georgia, from south of Atlanta to Clayton to Rome.
And did you perform work on short-term vacation rental home lots for the Irvins in Tallulah Falls?
Yes.
And were those 4 lots on River Street and then 5 nearby lots that are on the base of Hickory Nut Mountain Road near those 4 lots?
Yes.
And tell us what you did on those 9 lots, what you did and when you did it.
Okay. The first work we did was the 4 lots at the lake. I think the first meeting I had with Mr. Irvin David was January 2019. He discussed getting the property rezoned. We then had to wait for a survey. Survey came in the spring. Ronnie Davidson and I worked together to come up with the best footprint for the property. Is very challenging with its topography. So he and I worked together on that. and then created a rezoning plan to present to mayor and council. The lots on Hickory Nut, one of the lots was going to be used for the septic system for the townhomes for the lots on at the lake. The other four were going to be used for cabins for short-term rental. And so what I had to do was to make sure that we had enough room for the septic system for the townhomes, but then also make sure that we had adequate room for the septic systems for the townhomes. I mean, not the townhomes, the short-term rental cabins.
So on those 9 lots, you had 18 townhome units on the 4 River Street lots. And on the nearby 5 lots, you had 1 lot that was used for septic and utilities and detention, and 4 lots that were the single-family detached short-term vacation rental cabins that David talked about.
Yes, yes.
And what kind of work did you do in the way of engineering 18 townhome units or cabins?
For the townhomes, being that our initial goal was to do a rezoning plan, the design, the engineering was conceptual and preliminary. When we were doing a site plan using Ronnie's footprint, we had to make sure that there was going to be adequate parking, make sure that there was going to be that it was going to be ADA code, that that it was going to be possible to grade this for these townhomes. So just from a conceptual point of view and from a preliminary point of view, we want to make sure that those grades were going to work for when we did the actual detailed design of the parking lot and for the building itself. The septic system, however, was a full detailed design. We wanted to make sure that that was going to be acceptable with Raven County. We submitted a plan to them. We did get a kind of a verbal approval that they were okay with the direction that we were going. And then we had to do some detailed design with the septic systems for the other 4 lots on Hickory Nut Mountain to make sure that they had adequate septic systems.
And you mentioned you worked with Ronnie Davidson. You mentioned Ronnie Davidson, the concept plan drawer. You mentioned surveyor. What other vendors or professionals did you work with in the course of working for the Irvins and furtherance of short-term vacation rentals in Florida Falls?
We also worked with a soil scientist. He had to do a level 3 soil survey to find where the adequate soils were located for the septic system. I believe that may be it.
Let me just sort of go through a list and say yes or no if it's something that you worked on. Engineering, that'd be surveys, reviewed surveys that others had done. Temporary driveway, did you work on that?
I don't believe so. We drew a driveway for the townhomes for the rezoning plan.
The floor plans, that's Ronnie Davidson. Marketing, soil tests, you mentioned soil tests. Did you work on land disturbance permit?
We did.
How many?
Well, actually, let me clarify that a little bit. The city of Tallulah Falls, they do not issue land disturbance permits. All the approvals for that go directly to EPD. EPD does not issue permits either. It's an approval or lack of response. So what we did was we did after the rezoning hearing, I believe it was the winter of 2019, 2020, I was asked to do a grading plan for the lots that's near the lake, just to see how that property would be graded. The Irvins were discussing a desire to go ahead and grade that property regardless of what may be built there. Grade it for something that may have a basement. Along with that, we also had to go through a stream buffer variance. They wanted access to the lake, and there was no access. In fact, we had to have a wetland scientist. Well, there you go. There's another guy.
Okay.
I forgot about him. We had to have a wetland scientist do delineation, wetland, stream delineation. He actually had to rappel down the rocks to get to do that.
Was he the one who was looking for the two plants?
Yes.
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 Environmentally sensitive
Yes.
plants. Okay.
Yes.
Now, it was a former railroad trestle, and he had to rappel down.
Yes.
And as some of the site work that the Irvins did that sort of make that area safer and more attractive?
Well, of course, it provided a better access, but they wanted an actual way to get down to that level. So they wanted to build stairs there. So, and that was going to be in the stream buffer. So we had to go through the variance approval process with that. When we went through that process, it was brought up that, hey, this area could have potentially some endangered plants, and that's when the wetland scientists came out to make sure that that was not the case.
He found that out.
No.
No environmentally
no.
sensitive plants. Clearing and grading, you've been involved in that?
Just for the what's shown on the plans.
9 lots.
Right.
Did the Irvins have equipment and other work that you saw doing work on the 9 lots?
Which 9 lots is this?
River Street, the 5 lots nearby it. 4 lots on River Street, 5 lots nearby them.
I personally have not seen any equipment.
Inspections and things like that. Saw a lot of inspections related to the Irvins permit.
Yeah. Yes.
And were the Irvins spending a lot of time, personnel, and resources on these short-term vacation rental diligence?
Oh yeah, we've been working on this since first of 2019. It's been quite a process.
And you said your company's Foothill Land Design?
Foothills Land Design.
So the bills and application of Foothills Land Design, that's you.
Yes.
Then there were other vendors that you relied on as part of your work.
Yes, that's correct.
The city enacted a short-term vacation rental ordinance in July of 2020. Did the Irvins use many other professionals furtherance of short-term vacation rentals on their lots prior to July 2020?
Yes.
You charge for those services?
Yes.
No further questions.
Sorry, I have some questions. I'm Craig Weatherly. Hey, during the survey process that Davidson did for you, you did recognize the city's property and the Georgia Power property?
The city's property.
Mm-hmm. It should have been recognized on the survey. Most licensed survey would have picked that up. But the point I'm asking is that once you develop your concept, you show the parking on the city property. And if you're worried about ADA and so forth, then you would have known then that it wasn't feasible.
Well, I didn't know that it was somebody else's property. It was presented to me as the property that the subject property owned by the Irvins.
Okay. Is there a new survey that actually shows it being the city's property?
I don't know.
All I have.
Well, they had some older surveys, but they were, illegible. Eddie did a topographic survey that we use for the concept.
In order to fairly answer the question that's posed, you need to have the survey in front of you. Be able to see what it says in terms of parcels and properties, like that. You want to have the survey in front of you.
Right, yes.
And as part of LDP, the zoning, many other interactions with the city, you had surveys or plans that were generated from surveys, correct?
Yes, yes,
Those have been presented to the city.
yes, yes.
Has anybody from the city ever made the objection?
No. I didn't realize that.
Man, I realized you've got page supporting documents there in the top right hand corner. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it has my title block on it. However, I'm not able to read there normally on our title block, we state the reason for the drawing. So this is a drawing that we have on our title block, but what this one was for with just this dashed area around the area that we were planning on using for the townhomes.
In a course of work, early 2019, was that work in conjunction with a rezoning request?
Yes.
That rezoning request was to go from R1 to something else?
I don't remember Tallulah Falls's names for the rezoning, but it was to go to a multifamily type zoning or a zoning to be able to have attached housing.
Earlier, trying to get a little bit of clarity on the lot numbers that you worked on. I don't know how familiar you're going to be with the lot numbers, if at all. Where they're located.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the actual lot numbers.
Four lots in early 20.
Yes, yes.
And you did some other work.
Yes, the work that we did for the townhomes near the lake, we actually had to work on 5 lots on Hickory Nut Mountain one being for the septic system for the townhomes, and the other lots, making sure that we had adequate septic area for those 4 lots to be used for cottages.
So
No, no, no.
and it's part of
The, looking at the grading for that was conceptual and preliminary.
did you reach a point where you had building?
No, we only had Ronnie Davidson's footprint that he drew.
During your supplemental work,
What are you defining the supplemental work?
well, so there was the work associated with zoning, beginning. Then there was work done after that zoning on.
Yes.
So the work done after that rezoning on, what was the content purposes of the zoning?
No, it was to do a grading plan to show how that area would be graded for a structure that would have a basement, and then also the stream buffer variance that we had to do for the steps.
So when was that work done? Approximately.
That work was done from winter 2019 through the spring, well, actually summer 2020.
Okay. Was the work you did during that time go beyond the grading plan and stream buffer?
Well, part of what we do is with the grading plan, we also had erosion control plan. So it's a grading erosion control plan that would could be used to submit to the EPD for their approval.
But there, I guess the question I'm asking on that is, do you ever have building plans during that time?
I don't believe so.
Now, did you ever have any communication with city officials regarding building, not the grading plan, I understand that. Beyond that, were there communications with city officials?
Not with the building. That's beyond my scope.
This one, Dave. So your last name is Irvin. Is there any relation to two gentlemen behind you?
I can't say for sure, but I think that my grandfather and their father, I think were first or second cousins.
All right. Now, with the plans that you did submit to the city, those are the grading plans.
No,
So what plans did you?
we submitted the rezoning plan to the city.
All right. Were there any plans submitted to the city as part of the work you did subsequent to that?
I don't believe so. If we did, it was more of a as a convenience or just a acknowledgement. But any grading and road control plans go directly to the EPD.
Okay. Do you have any other communications with city officials, and that would be staff or elected officials in 2020?
I don't believe so.
You have a quick follow-up that may clear up one line of question. Mr. Irvin, going back to the application, the vested rights application, we use process of elimination. You didn't do the top of Hickory Nut Mountain lots, right?
That's correct.
But you did 4 lots on the lake. There are lakefront lots 15, 16, 17, and 18 listed as parcel 101B 064. Does that correspond to the 4 lake lots you worked on?
Well, I don't remember the numbers, but it says lakefront lot, so we can just assume. And then this other one says septic and cabin lots, and there's 5.
And that's
here.
36, 37,
So-
38, 39, and 40, and that's tax parcel 101B
Okay.
0001B.
That's what you're pointing to.
And
Yes.
the other ones are Hickory Nut Mountain lots. So it appears that the last 2 on that list are the 9 that you worked on.
Yeah, it appears that way.
Before you run off with that sheet, did you do any work on any of the other lots besides those?
No.
I don't have anything else.
City attorney asked, did you do any building plans or see any building plans? You were there when the rezoning application got withdrawn. There was a moratorium that got imposed on building short-term vacation rentals in July of 2019, right?
Can I correct that? Warren?
August of 2019.
Well, it was only on getting a permit to establish, to have a new short-term rental. It wasn't a ban on building short-term rentals.
Does the city inquire about whether house is going to be owner occupied, long-term tenant, or short-term tenant on building? But there was a moratorium proposed right when the rezoning was withdrawn, right?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact date. I do know there was a moratorium that was proposed.
In 2019.
I don't remember. I'll take your word for it on that one.
What was what we've been calling the supplemental work, the stuff that was unconnected to the rezoning, was that done after the moratorium went into effect?
I don't remember when the moratorium went into effect.
Okay.
Follow up. You had talked about the steps down to the lake or the river.
Yes.
Lots
Yes.
and the work done on that. Tell us about the and the steps.
Sure. So the lake has a 25-foot buffer, that is undisturbed. The EPD has a process which you can ask for a variance to do disturbance within that buffer. And so what you have to submit to the EPD is an application stating what you're doing, how you're going to mitigate the disturbance, any vegetation that you're going to replant. They want to see what the steps are going to look like. They want to see what disturbance you're going to do on the in the stream buffer. So you have to do an actual grading and erosion control plan for that. So all that gets submitted to the EPD, that gets reviewed, and then they also send it out to other various agencies. That's where U.S. Fish and Wildlife said, hey, there may be possible endangered species of plants there, which we had to hire a wetland scientist to come out and verify that there was not. But they review it. It goes through a public notice process. Once it goes through that, we get, if there are any comments, we have to address any comments from the public, which we did. And then DPD goes through the final approval if they are okay with the disturbance proposed. It was at least 5 months. They were doing it to have access to the lake for their short-term rental properties on all their lots.
Did the permit process require you to submit building plans?
No.
It's just the erosion control and grading.
Yes. It's two separate processes.
In that process, is there a way to determine the ultimate end use of whatever's built there?
Not with what we did for the grade and erosion control plan, but that can happen.
Okay, but it didn't happen here.
Right. It was just a grading and erosion control plan for the 4 lots next to the lake, and then the steps going down to the lake.
I don't have anything further. Come back.
You want to make this a 10-minute break? All right, we'll be.
three lots that are at issue in this vested rights proceeding. They want to be good neighbors with you all and the other residents of Tallulah Falls for the mutual benefit of the city and private property owners. They have been dedicated and engaged in school, law enforcement, business, as well as with residential neighbors over the decades. Johnny donated right of way for Hickory Nut Mountain Road. You've already heard some already about Hickory Nut Mountain Road, and that, of course, is at the heart of some of this controversy. It wouldn't even be there. Some of those residents wouldn't even be there if Mr. Johnny Irvin had not donated that right of way for free, which a lot of people would have charged or not done it, or required extensive legal proceedings. But no charge. He donated that right of way. So these Irvin family members have done their best to give and to contribute to Tallulah Falls in the past, and they sincerely want to do that in the future with these 23 lots as short-term vacation rentals. You've already heard from a few witnesses about how reasonable it was for them to pursue short-term vacation rentals and how mutually beneficial it is from a real estate standpoint. And we hope you'll analyze that as you're looking at all this work that Irvin did in furtherance of short-term vacation rentals while they were legal in Tallulah Falls without any dispute. They are experienced in short-term vacation rentals. This is not some newcomer. This is not some big company. This is a local family who's experienced in short-term vacation rentals. That office here in Tallulah Falls, where David and Marcia and now Brian are every day, that's where they do a lot of the bookkeeping and other maintenance oversight of their other short-term vacation rentals in the area. And one of them is Valley Springs Lodge up in Raven Gap nearby, and it is a Superhost rating on Airbnb, a high rating. So they're not just barely scraping by. It's not mediocre. They have done high quality short-term vacation rental in the immediate area. Also, Mountain Creek Lodge in Sylva, North Carolina. They operate that, and that's a high quality short-term vacation rental. Also, the family has two short-term vacation rentals, which are right next door to Johnny Irvin. They're not talking theoretically about short-term vacation rentals being good neighbors. They know it from experience that an owner-occupied house can be compatible with a short-term vacation rental right next door, because Johnny Irvin himself has had that for years. Lodging on the Lake, located in Tallulah Falls, and that's also Superhost rated on Airbnb. Just to give you a preview, you've already seen some of it, but we're going to further elaborate in detail on expenditures in reliance on the legality of short-term vacation rental in Tallulah Falls. We'll go into more detail on that and how they came to part with all that time and money and resources and personnel for 3 or 4 years. Also, there were some words and deeds of various city officials that tied into that along the way over the course of time. You've already heard about some of it, but engineering, surveys, a temporary driveway, gravel, architectural elevations of cabins and townhomes, floor plans, marketing and due diligence, soil tests, land disturbance permits, clearing, grading, equipment, vehicles, designs and renderings, inspections, software, tree cutting, stump removal, supplies, dump trucks, personnel time, as well as legal fees and other professional expenses, site underbrush clearing, and other expenditures of time and money and resources in furtherance of short-term vacation rental. And to add to that list, Mr. Irvin reminded us EPD work, environmental work, environmentally sensitive consultation work where they literally rappel down and verify there weren't any rare plants or whatever. Complicated stuff, and they weren't doing it theoretically. They weren't doing it for some other use. They were doing it for short-term vacation rental use before the July 2020 ordinance. They are ready, willing, and able to complete short-term vacation rentals on these 23 lots. They've got plans that you've already seen again today for 18 townhome units on the 4 lots on River Street, as well as cabins on 4 nearby lots, and then cabins on 14 lots up Hickory Nut Mountain. And as you heard from Ronnie Davidson, the floor plan for the cabins, they wouldn't be 18 identical cabins. They will vary them, and they will be nice custom cabins that would be architecturally and aesthetically pleasing, as would the townhome building with 18 units. So that's their story. This is an unusual proceeding. It's not court. It's not a zoning. It's somewhat of a hybrid. And we appreciate your attention. We know this is something that has been difficult and long running. And we hope that you'll try to find a way in this proceeding to find common ground and find mutual benefit for the sake of the city. We know that while you didn't sign up to do vested rights hearings, you did sign up to be public servants and exert leadership in your community. We would ask you to do that on this difficult matter. Don't punt it to court to go on and have the city in litigation and have a protracted proceeding. Find a way to honor private property rights as well as the existing residents of the city. One of which for the last 40 years has been Mr. Johnny Irvin. So that's a little bit of an opening statement. And I did, with any time I've got left on 10 minutes, what I wanted to do was open it up. We'd like to tailor our remarks and presentation to what's of interest to you, Mr. Mayor and council members. So is there anything from what you've heard so far or over the last year that you would like to point out as things you'd like to hear more about from the Irvins and the rest of the presentation? This is a little bit unusual. This is something that arose from the first part of the proceeding. Before we call our first witness who will be under oath and question and all that, we did want to follow up on something, Mr. Mayor, that you brought up. We won't call you the witness stand, swear you in and all that, but the Irvin's antennas went up about this moratorium interpretation. And there was limited exchange. What were you trying to communicate about the moratorium?
The wording that you had used was that there was a moratorium on building any STVRs, and it wasn't specifically aimed at whether or not you could build any structures. It was whether or not any short-term rentals could be established during that moratorium.
And what's the distinction that you were pointing at as what's the difference?
You could still come in and put up residential structures, but you wouldn't necessarily be allowed to operate a short-term rental out of during that moratorium.
Okay, but you weren't trying to argue, or it was their understanding that the short-term vacation rentals were in the process of being licensed and regulated for purposes of revenue. That's when the moratorium started, and during that process, there was suspension or a question. So, you're not arguing that they should have built the house not knowing if they could use it for short-term vacation rental.
No, I was just pointing out that the construction of any structure wasn't mentioned in that moratorium.
Okay. Does that answer some of the question about that? We may have some follow-up, but I appreciate you elaborating on it. We were just trying to figure out how that might pertain to this. With that, I'll call Brian Irvin to the stand. I'm going to give out a brief later that has that case and many others. I would say that's one of many cases that shed light on the legal standard. But in general, a permit is not required. That's a significant analysis if you're dealing with permits. That's not what we're dealing with here. If you have substantial expenditures and reliance on the law, on your zoning rights at a particular time, particularly if it's, accompanied by investment-backed expectations and any communication, any words or deeds of city officials. That's the analysis. It's, there's some law out there that gives lay of the land that definitely we would, overwhelming evidence that you're seeing from the Irvin show that they invested heavily in reliance upon the state of the law prior to July 2020. Tangled with many words and deeds of the city over. And as you heard from those realtors, it definitely made financial sense. They had every incentive to do what they did.
Mr. Irvin, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give to the issue pending before the council shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Brian, if you will, please introduce or reintroduce yourself to the mayor and council and tell them a little bit about your local background.
Yeah, well, I'm Brian Irvin. I'm David Irvin's son, Johnny Irvin's nephew. I grew up right up the road, obviously in David's house, just a few miles up the road from Tallulah Falls. Grew up actually playing tennis with my dad on the public tennis courts here in Tallulah Falls. So obviously very familiar with the area. I spent a lot of time in our home office located on the gorge. Not nearly as much as my dad yet, but I'm getting there. And I grew up here basically my entire life up until I moved away to go to college.
What brought you back to Georgia?
Well, there was I'd been in communication with my dad, and he expressed interest in me potentially coming on board with the company for a new position for the sole pursuit of pursuing short-term rentals.
Here in Tallulah Falls?
Yep, here in Tallulah Falls.
Where were you at the time?
I was working in Charleston, South Carolina.
What were you doing there?
I work for a hospitality management company, manages hotels across the nation and condo hotels and other rental properties.
So your dad contacted you and asked you to consider coming back to Georgia to work on short-term vacation rental development here in Tallulah Falls.
Yes.
What did you do to research
Well, I started going online and looking at websites that I was very familiar with how they worked, like Airbnb and Vrbo. They've already been brought up several times. Likely several people in this room have stayed at an Airbnb or Vrbo property. And I was just curious what other properties might be in the area that were already being rented on those sites. It's pretty easy. You just punch in the zip code, and I just clicked on the map and zoomed in. And I noticed a unit up on Hickory Nut Mountain Road, actually two separate listings on Vrbo, but they were on the same lot. And that was basically all that I found outside of the two other short-term rental units that our family already managed.
that the McDaniel property on Hickory Nut Mountain Road?
Yes.
And were there reviews on the line back to?
There were. Actually, the printout that we have of that listing that we printed in February of this year, it says that there are 11 reviews, but there are only 6 displayed on the page, but those go back chronologically. And the last review that was listed was in November 2018. So the next 5 reviews would have been prior to November 2018.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that you placed your personal future on the line to support this J&D family business effort of building short-term vacation rentals in Tallulah Falls, Georgia?
Absolutely.
Picked up your family and moved to Charleston to do short-term vacation rentals.
Yes.
All right. The application, your dad reviewed it, signed it. You sort of been the corporate representative to look at the business records, gather the records that the mayor and council.
I have. Yep.
In addition to the application that the mayor and council got earlier, did you put together a timeline that summarized the voluminous documents and interactions regarding short-term vacation?
I did.
And are there some additional exhibits found in your business records as well as from the city's open records request response that we got last week?
Yep, as well as the minutes from the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings and the Town Council meetings.
Okay. As Exhibit 9, got a copy of it in front of you. Let's do this. Mayor and council have had the application quite some time and those documents. Some of the other witnesses went over that. If you will, give us some recap on this timeline. When did your family business, J&D Irvin Holdings LLC, as well as the additional family-related business, S&D Irvin Properties LLC, when did y'all start pursuing short-term vacation rentals?
Well, the first purchases of the properties that we're discussing here in Swivel Falls were back in August of 2016. So that was really the start of the entire process. We didn't immediately, as a family, jump right into it as far as like construction, permitting, everything like that. But this was our intent dating back to 2016.
Tell us more about some of the significant events during that chronology, 2016 to STDR ordinance was first enacted.
Right. So, you know, some of the key events in my mind personally, they asked me if I would go ahead and start researching because I expressed to my dad my intent to join the company for that position we just discussed in March or April of 2019. And because my wife had a job in Charleston as well, I couldn't just immediately put in my 2 weeks notice and then uproot and move. She was really happy with her job. And so until we found a way for her to transfer over to North Georgia as well, we kind of put that on hold. But in the meantime, before I moved, I was already doing some work, some research on short-term rentals. You know, like I just mentioned, we found another listing. And I was trying to find a software platform that could be used to add additional properties in addition to Valley Springs, the ones that we already manage in Raven Gap, Georgia. So I researched several different software platforms. We decided on one and actually began the training process, it's a very large software. It's got a lot of capabilities to it. So it was a huge learning curve.
What's it called?
It's called Streamline.
And did they charge you?
Yeah, they did.
And in addition to paying for the software, saying it was a time-consuming effort to learn how to.
Very much so.
Tell us more about that.
And I took it on myself. Marcia was very involved as well, but I just kind of took it upon myself to learn the ins and outs of it, and then to later go to the staff at our corporate office and train them on how to use it too. They didn't necessarily need to know the ins and outs of every aspect of the software the way that I do, but I wanted them to know certain aspects of it so that we could kind of designate other duties and other people can help out, as opposed to just heaping the entire responsibility on one person.
What else? So software, what are other things that participated in?
I was in contact with Eddie Davidson, our surveyor, James Irvin, who spoke tonight, Ronnie Davidson, who also spoke tonight. I performed multiple site visits with the two of them, discussing different possibilities, trying to figure out where we were going to clear the land so that we could better access our property and know where we could potentially build cabins or homes. So yeah.
One word, and I don't want to steal your dad's thunder, but one word that I've heard a lot from y'all. What are some things y'all did? Little Falls.
Right. So the driveway that we actually carved out for the Hickory Nut Mountain lots, we did our best to carve that driveway at the back end of our lots, which are pretty far from Hickory Nut Mountain Road. So there's basically just one entryway that splits off in two separate directions, and it's just one straight driveway that runs across the back of all the lots. We did that for that reason because if we were to construct homes in that area, that portion of the lots, they wouldn't be even visible from Hickory Nut Mountain Road, and all the other homes in that area would just be looking right over the top of the roofs. So we thought that that would be the least obtrusive way for us to go about building these homes, because we know that our potential guests would want privacy just like anybody else would.
Who were some of the other professionals who gave to short-term vacation?
Well, we had Madison McCracken. He was the person that did our grading and actually put the gravel down and everything for that driveway. Um, he's been in business for a long time. He really knows what he's doing. And so some of our initial plans that we presented to him before he actually got started, he just walked the land with me. We actually just walked straight across all the lots before that driveway was even put there yet. And he gave us advice on where he thought that we should carve in and just generate access to all those lots.
Been through this, but it may help specifics the mayor and council. I can find the $780,000.
Sure. Well, a lot of these are related to the time spent by my dad, by me, by Marsha Brock, R.S. Fountain, who does a lot of construction work for us and maintenance, general maintenance work. Lisa Williams, Sharman Kirby, those are two people that work in our home office. I was probably driving them crazy when I was putting together all this information because I was requesting invoice copies and things like that, check registers, to verify all the dollar amounts that are included on this. So they spent a lot of their time pulling this stuff together for us as well. And then we have Madison McCracken, Eddie Davidson, Rodney Davidson, Foothills Land Design, which is James Irvin.
Total 780. 580.
Mhm.
Tell us, go through well on
Right.
third party.
Right. So Madison McCracken, $5,925. Eddie Davidson, our surveyor. Yes. Yep. Eddie Davidson, our surveyor, $9,150. Ronnie Davidson, our designs and renderings, $13,950. Foothills Land Design, that's James Irvin. The engineering and building plans, $7,693.14. Town of Tallulah Falls permits and applications, $1,124.72. And then K&W performed soil tests for us, $1,875. And Tallman Environmental, EPD required endangered plant inspection was $1,600. There are several others here. You want me to? Yep. Streamline, that vacation rental software I was speaking about earlier, $5,875. J&F Landscaping, they did our tree cutting, $4,052.50. Athens Y Camp did the stump removal for us. That was $5,600. Supplies, various supplies that we bought from Reeves Hardware, totaling $1,049.94. And then other supplies for RS Fountain, $93.60. And then some attorney fees to Carol Walker for $650. Yes.
All tallied up, 781.
Yes.
What else?
Well, learning that software, training our staff, making sure everybody has a thorough understanding of how the listing sites like Airbnb and Vrbo work. Training our accounting staff in the home office to be able to account for those transactions because they withhold fees. Actually, just this year, I believe it was in April for Airbnb and the following month for Vrbo, they sent out a notice that they were going to begin collecting state taxes on our behalf, remitting, filing the tax returns on our behalf, which is something we actually weren't happy about because I don't trust Airbnb and Vrbo to do it correctly, to be quite frank. But that was just something else in our process that we had to change. So that was very time consuming. We had to reconcile any deposits for future reservations that had already been received prior to that go live date for them to collect our taxes so that we could make sure we actually filed our returns correctly. Because it was kind of half and half at that point moving forward. So
Staff, talk about that
at our home
urban
office. Yes.
And in addition to bookkeeping staff, minister short-term vacation.
We do, yep. And I actually, I made several visits out to Valley Springs, just when I knew they were out there. I've met and I've spoken with them, and they've given us an indication that they'd be more than happy to help us out if we had other short-term vacation rentals as well.
In addition to the short-term vacation rental staff who work at the Irvin office here in Tallulah Falls, are there multiple Irvin relatives relating to the applicant who live within a short period of time of being able to get on site and do the 23 lots?
There are, yeah.
So on the draft of the ordinance that talked about on-site, hands-on ownership, y'all were prepared.
Yep, very prepared.
And did you see one short-term vacation rental draft by the planning board that was in circulation during the planning board process? Had a special use permit or conditional use permit?
I did. That was circulated. It was discussed, and later that section of it was scrapped.
Scrapped by the city.
Yes.
You heard Mr. Harkness earlier. White County has a different zoning classification for short-term vacation rental. Saw one proposal here in Tallulah Falls of a conditional use permit or special use permit. Have you seen other ordinances that have different procedures that allow short-term vacation rental?
Yeah.
In a residential area? And are short-term vacation rentals residential uses? The length?
They are, yeah, typically. I mean, you want a short-term vacation rental to feel like your own home, just a home away from home. You don't want to, rent a house on Airbnb that is in this commercially zoned area with all these other businesses surrounding it. Like you go on Airbnb and VRBO to rent a property on those sites for the purpose of seclusion, having your own quiet place that you can rent that's kind of away from everything.
You have two generations of your family and multiple relatives in addition to employees who are prepared to administer these short-term vacation rentals, correct?
Yes.
Tell us about your experience with high-quality standards at the other urban family short-term vacation rentals.
Right. So Valley Springs, we're basically constantly making improvements to that property, whether it's resanding, repainting, the landscaping of that property, if anybody's familiar with it. It's a very large property that requires pretty much constant landscaping work because that's one of the biggest appeals to our guests that stay there is the beauty and the serenity of the area. So we spend a lot of time, a lot of resources making sure that we keep everything properly maintained, making sure everything within the unit still functions the way it's supposed to. And then obviously with the COVID hitting, we had to sort of rethink our housekeeping efforts as well and make sure that everything was properly sanitized as well prior to a new guest checking in.
Were you already in Georgia in 2019 during the city's consideration of the short-term ordinance?
No, I moved here in January 2020.
January. All right. From what you've seen from the records of 2019, is there a kind of a new direction down to
Yes. Yep.
What was that?
Well, prior to January of 2020, I think we were all under the impression that the town was just trying to pass an ordinance for the purpose of regulating, licensing, collecting fees, and then imposing regulations on short-term rentals. We never got any indication that they were going to be completely disallowed. And that in January 2020 was where it was kind of a shock factor hitting us. That was the first time that we heard anything about the possibility of short-term rentals not being allowed at all.
And that was 6 months, 5 or 6 months after the board.
Right.
And the departure in which had city officials proposing a ban on short-term conditions in 2020, that was for residential.
Yep.
All 23 of the lots were residential.
Yes.
And were there any other landowners who were asking?
No.
Get the impression when you did arrive in 2020, this whole banning short-term vacation rentals targeted your 23 lots.
I did.
Tell me what you learned from the open records response this week to the package we received from the city.
Well, when I first came on board, I was under the impression that any of these regulations, any ordinance that was going to be passed, we would have open public hearings and public discussion. From the get-go, we've indicated that we wanted to come up with a solution that was viable and where, both sides would have a positive outcome from it. But then it became apparent to me after these public record requests that there was a lot of communication going on behind the scenes outside of the public hearings that we had no involvement in, for the purpose of disallowing these short-term rentals. We just felt like any of the issues that people had with them, we could have easily had discussions and worked something out, whether it's by imposing additional regulations, having higher standards for our properties than would typically be necessary in other jurisdictions. But none of these conversations ever happened with us.
And did the records that you found from Professor Nelms and others in those records at response, that confirm your concern that 23 lots targeted?
Yep, it did. There are actually a few of those letters that discuss strategies that were specifically directed at the Irvin family.
Those were done under the table, behind your back, out of public view,
Yes,
not disclosed.
with no discussion with us.
And hopefully, mayor and council didn't know about that. But you
One would
certainly
hope.
weren't informed about those devious discussions.
Right, I wasn't.
And the targeting of your property, after all the work the family did, that's taken away investment on many 23 lots.
Yep, and it's also a little bit demoralizing to me personally because this is what I was brought on board to pursue.
What you moved here from South Carolina to do,
Yes.
down that you area that you grew up in.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Have you put some of those open records response letters in your supplement?
I have. Yep.
And there was an original open records response that was a week or two early, and we got these that were bad a day or two before.
Right. Yes.
In terms of your notions of due process and fairness and good faith, this new information about the behind the scenes manipulations, that comply with that.
That doesn't seem like something that I think should be the norm. I've never heard of that happening before.
Hopefully the city leaders didn't know about that either. That's how we got here.
Right.
And did your family engage with the city board, planning board, trying to find common ground on short-term vacation rental ordinance.
Yeah.
In light of their investment.
They did. They engaged with several different elected officials.
While you were engaging with them in good faith, they didn't tell you about all those behind-the-scenes strategy sessions they were having with Professor Nelm.
No.
Is there anything else from the supplement, the timeline, or any particular documents you'd like to highlight? I know you spent a lot of time gathering this for the mayor and council to review carefully. Is there anything you'd like to highlight while you're on the witness?
Nothing in particular. I can just say, just as far as the formatting of this, anything that's highlighted in yellow, I felt was particularly pertinent to the short-term vacation rental as they pertain to us. And then anything that has an exhibit attached to it, it's going to have a bold asterisk. I did my best to put this together in such a way that you guys can quickly and easily navigate it, flip right to the exhibits, as opposed to just handing you a stack of papers and saying, here, read these. I highlighted text related to these points that I included on here from the minutes or from notes that we had from email conversations and things like that. So it should be pretty quick and easy to navigate. You can see where we're coming from.
Brian, if the mayor and council approve this vested rights application on these 23 lots, are you and your family ready, willing, and able to deliver high quality, high standard short-term vacation rental lots on these on your family's property for the benefit, mutual benefit of the city, as well as property values in the area?
Very much so.
You take pride and have high quality standards on that property.
I will.
Is there anything else you'd like to say to the mayor and council at this point further to that?
Just thank you guys for the opportunity for us to come and actually sit down and have a conversation, have a discussion about it. I feel like it's been a long time coming, but I think this is a step in the right direction to us coming up with something that's mutually beneficial.
Further questions? Yeah, I tender Exhibit 9, which is the timeline and supplemental documents. And we previously tendered Exhibit 8, which is the application. And then Exhibit 10, which was Jerry Harkness's White County checklist, tender that as well. Right, the White County short-term vacation rental checklist Jerry Harkness brought with him. Mine is the summary timeline and new documents. I guess, we didn't submit all 500 pages of the open records response, but he did cite it in there as a city record. We would ask you to consider that as well as the other correspondence.
Correct.
And
Okay.
Professor Nelms is out there. I'm not going to call him, but he wants to come in here. I'd be glad to question him under oath.
We gave you the email. I'm not saying, oh, no, yeah. So
Okay, noted.
I would ask the city attorney, if it's constructive, this is sort of an attack, comes across as an attack out of the blue for a townsperson to simply offer their elected. I don't feel like it's fair to put me under oath, something that I have no idea where the come from this. But if the town and the town attorney ask me to, I'm at the will.
If he didn't have anything to hide, we could have had a conversation. He did it behind their back, tried to be a puppet master.
May I ask what I did behind their back?
It's in the record.
guys,
Giving talking points, things like that, drafting, apparently drafting the ordinance.
before we get off onto a side dispute, if you will, right? I mean, the purpose of this procedure and why we're here tonight is to allow specifically you all to come in and talk to us about this. I don't think there was time for that in the 10 minutes cumulative that we had at the hearing where we considered it. We've been here now quite a while. So these are the types of discussions that we want to have. That's the point of having this process. So, the council under the rules of procedure. Take a look at that's fine too. My recommendation.
Okay.
What we were communicating, they felt like it was targeting, but definitely what y'all didn't know about that. Just made it. It was all about the urbans and how to eliminate short-term vacation rentals.
I think the mayor and council will just have to look at the documents and afford it credibility, but there's obviously two sides to every coin, and that is certainly Mr. Reeves' side of it. It's his job to tell you what he believes the evidence shows. I'm not going to tell you yet because that's not the purpose of the hearing on any of this. That'll get to the deliberations, but I think you would probably agree with me that Mr. Nelms also lives here and has the right to petition government, the same as any member of the urban family.
The way he did it, that's not the right way. Ends don't justify it. Want to do it out in public and do it above board for proper channels. The way it was done is nowhere to debate. Constructive public talking point for strategy. It felt like that's what was happening. It got confirmed.
I'll get too far afield on that. I think we've got the documents.
Does anyone on the council disagree? Do we want to do something different? Okay, we'll accept the documents and as our attorney has recommended.
I know that we've actually met. I've met your dad and, well, Warren Tillery, town attorney.
Nice to meet you.
Uh, I, got a couple of questions. I'm gonna try to go through it. I mean, a lot of material.
Right.
But you had referenced Mr. McDaniel.
Mhm.
Do you know if he was complying with the regulations he was supposed to?
I don't know. I just saw his listings online.
Now, you had said, I think what I heard was that he only had purchased lots 16. Property of their own. And part of the not the challenge in this proceeding, but it's one application. It's J&D Urban Holdings LLC and then S&B Urban Properties LLP. And then there's 24 lots.
Yes.
That's a really long question. At any rate, so in this, we've got to determine whether there's vested rights or not. I suppose, since they're all separate lots, some of them may have different facts than others. That's fair.
They might, yeah.
And we at least know that some of the properties are owned by a different entity than some of the other.
Just one. The S&B Urban Properties is owned by myself and my sister.
Which lot? So S&B owns lot 56.
Lot 56.
All the rest of the lots are owned by J&D Urban Holdings.
Yes.
When did J&D Urban Holdings acquire the lots? Turn on my list. Maybe that they acquired them at different times.
Some were on different dates than others. My dad would probably be the best person to ask on those, since I wasn't too heavily involved prior to January of this year.
Let me show you what was in the
Yeah, it's a deed. Let's see which properties. Yeah, this is the deed for several of the Hickory Nut Mountain lots. Yes.
Urban Holdings LLC acquired the lots that are listed on page 3 of that document on December 27th, 2019.
2019. Yeah. And they were purchased from Johnny and Clint Irvin to be placed under J&D Holdings LLC. That was a newly formed LLC. Yes.
And if you flip over to what is page 239, 240,
Yeah, these are quit claim deeds, transfer and ownership of some of the lots. Well,
So the list that was on page 3, what lots on there were owned by J&D Urban Holdings LLC prior to December 27th?
I'm actually not sure as far as the entire list is concerned, but my dad's going to testify as well. And he'll be able to elaborate on that.
How many professional
Just by our company at our corporate office, or
Yeah, well, for work on those lots.
well, I was brought on, and then obviously all of our outside vendors.
If,
Guess I'm gonna have to speak into this thing like this the rest of the night. Lucky me. I think it's gonna be. All right. Now, on those, how did you compile this document?
I basically ran through any invoices that were paid out of our accounting system, out of J&D Urban Holdings for purposes, and I skimmed through them to determine which ones were paid in pursuit of these short-term vacation rentals.
Okay, so all of these amounts come from J&D Urban Holdings LLC.
I believe maybe some of them might have been paid out of a different entity, but it was all for this purpose. They're on J&D's books.
All right, so even if it paid out of a different corporation,
it was related to
it's
J&D.
and it's shown on J&D
Mm-hmm.
financial statement.
Yeah.
All right. It says here company vehicle. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Company vehicle. Yeah, that was purchased for me when I moved here in January. Some of our directors, corporate directors, get a company car. I actually traded in my old Jeep Grand Cherokee and got the exact same car. The main reason I needed a new one was so that I could have the hands-free phone call, because I have such a long commute and I'm traveling around to different properties.
Yeah, and they tell me that hands-free is now a thing in Georgia.
Yeah.
All right. Do you use that vehicle for personal travel?
No, very infrequently, if any.
So the only time you use it's related to J&D Urban Holdings.
It's commuting to and from work.
And the travel expenses are related to car maintenance.
Just gas for the most part, I guess.
So I see there's an as of July 23rd, 2020 date on here. Do you know when these expenses started? What the start date on this is?
Can't be sure when the first one was. Right. Really, the only things that I didn't provide invoice support for are our personal time, which are internal payroll records, and then our legal fees, is attorney-client privilege.
When you were doing your preliminary work, did you review the existing, the zoning ordinance that existed prior to July 23rd of 2020?
The zoning ordinance, no.
Didn't review it?
Prior to January 2020, I hadn't reviewed it at that time.
Right. No, yeah, that's, see if I can ask it a little less using. So on July, I'll represent to you that on July 23rd, 2020, what's known as the short-term vacation rental ordinance was adopted. But my question is, in the prep work that you were a part of, did you review the zoning ordinance that was in place prior to that date?
I wasn't aware of any zoning ordinance related to short-term rentals that was in place prior to that date.
Understood, but what steps of review did you take to look at the zoning ordinance itself?
Well, I read the entire town charter, searching for anything that might be related to short-term rentals, and I didn't see anything. That's part of the reason that we were open to the ordinance regarding regulation and taxing and fees, because we agreed that there should be one in place to regulate short-term rentals. It just appeared that there wasn't one at that time.
Okay. And who would have made the decision? So here's why I'm asking you these questions, maybe instead of someone else, because I thought you told your attorney earlier that you were the one that's doing the feasibility work and stuff prior to deciding to move in that manner. Is that accurate, or was that somebody else?
We were working in collaboration, myself, Marcia, and my dad, but I was tasked with compiling everything as far as our vested rights application and the research and looking into the minutes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, but I don't think I asked anybody else that did, so.
Earlier in the questioning, and then right there towards the end, Mr. Tillery asked about, if manuals were in compliance with regulations. And McDaniels were on Hickory Nut Mountain Road, correct?
Yes.
It was correct.
Yes.
And you attended a lot of meetings in 2020 at the town. Nobody ever said there's currently a short-term vacation rental regulation to comply with.
No.
Leading up to the final hearing, July of 2020, did you get an argument by the city that, well, a tourist home is in the ordinance part of the regulation?
I heard that brought up, yes.
And looking at the definition of a tourist home, it's basically like a communal hostel where you've got one roof and all of the bedrooms open up into a common kitchen, that kind of thing.
Right. Which is different from what we were pursuing with our short-term.
That's not what you were pursuing, and that's not what the McDaniels were advertising on Bourbon.
Right.
So there were no applicable short-term vacation rental ordinances in Lula Falls as of July 21st.
Correct.
And the McDaniel property, the location of it on Hickory Nut Mountain Road, it wouldn't be there but for your uncle donating that right of way, right?
Right.
And a lot of the folks who were making arguments, which Lyle and other people have rebutted, they wouldn't be there either for it not for that road.
Right.
In that same zoning code section, did you see anything that specifically allowed for short-term vacation rentals?
Really wasn't any mention of it.
Do you know the date that the open records request was filed?
I don't recall.
All right, if I said September 8th, 2020, would that sound about right?
That seems right.
I don't really want to walk through all of this, but Matt, I mean, he said, or I think you asked him if he got documents weeks ago, but it was actually Friday, because the 8th was the letter, the 11th was the response. We said we were going to take at least 10 days to get them. So I don't really have a question on that. I'm just more or less trying to show that it's not that we're dragging our feet. Yeah, and without reopening the door into email gate again. Yeah, I mean, my whole point of it, though, is I don't want you to think that we're trying to sleep it through there. It's
Right. Yeah, I understand. It's, just the fact that we, again, received those right before this vested rights hearing, was kind of a shock to all of us.
I mean, this paper trail on what really went on at the planning board regarding short-term vacation rentals, it was buried. It was deep. We had to dig, get it. And hopefully y'all didn't know about it. We certainly didn't know about it, but we knew that something, fishy was going on, led to a bad outcome. Now we all got the paperwork. Wasn't right. Wasn't right. Wasn't some citywide thing. It was all about these 23 lots. It was certain people behind the scenes who were not in this room who made that happen, made things go wrong, totally hijacked something that was headed in the right direction on a number of occasions. That was our, and we're glad that we have the opportunity here. We and the city have the opportunity here to fix it way that's cooperative, able.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Continue on or take a break. All right. Call Mr. David Irvin to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give on the issue pending before the council shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I'm not going to ask you to introduce yourself to Mayor and Council. I know there's been a lot of communication. I will ask this, just to confirm the timeline. That office you have here in Blue Falls, how long? And,
Since 1996.
And before we get into details and question and answer, let me just sort of leave it a little bit open-ended. Is there anything you'd like to communicate to the mayor and council about your short-term vacation rental request here at the beginning of the testimony?
I just wanted to let them all know, and I've said this before, I don't, I'm not out to hurt anybody. I'm not out to take advantage of anybody. And what we had planned on doing
we felt like was a wonderful thing for Tallulah Falls. Now, I know that people don't like somebody building next door to them, but we've done our best to be open and honest about everything that we've done. We've not tried to hide anything. And I feel like someone's talking about being attacked. I feel like I've been attacked, but I'm not a vengeful type person. But I've felt like it at times. And I'm not here to try to hurt anybody. I just want to try to work things out that'll be a good thing for everybody. Now times change. Growth happens. And what we are planning, we're giving the town a tremendous amount of control. We want the control. We've proven to y'all that we operate top-notch units. We're building homes that we could build, and you have control over them. If we built something and sell it to somebody else, who knows what type of neighbor you're going to get? We're local people. And I know most of y'all, and I've met some of y'all recently, and I just want to try to work things out that everybody be happy about.
Let's talk a little bit about the efforts and expenses. Before we do that, let's talk big picture. Heard your son a minute ago talk about 2016. Tell us your vision for short-term vacation rentals. What planted the seed in your mind? What was the prototype or the thing that got you started thinking about short-term vacation rentals in Tallulah Falls?
Well, we've been operating, 20-something years in over in Dillard or Raven Gap, and I feel like we've done a very good job of. We've got good neighbors. They seem to be happy with us. I'm happy with them, and we've probably increased their property values out there.
That's the Valley Springs Lodge.
That's Valley Springs Lodge.
That's super host rated.
Right. And we've realized that there's a need here in Tallulah Falls. The headmaster of Tallulah Falls, probably, I can't remember how many years ago, came to me and Johnny about building a hotel here. And where they wanted to build it, Johnny and I felt like it probably was not a good spot to be able to house people and make a profit with it or make ends meet. And so it was a very good conversation. And I can't even remember if that was Mr. Peavy or not, but might have been the previous. I think it was Mr. Peavy, Dr. Shoemate. And but anyway, so they went ahead and built anyhow. And I know that a lot of people said that it was doing very well, but they ended up converting it to a middle school, so I'm doubtful if it was doing very well, but I don't know. But so the need's still here. And so when Johnny and I bought this piece of property on the lake, we saw the tremendous potential. And we cleared off the property. We could see it some. And matter of fact, we asked Mary Beth Hughes on several occasions if we could use her steps to get down to the railroad bed on the lake. And she was very nice and said we could. And we did. And we cleared off down there on the old railroad bed. And we saw tremendous potential there. And so Johnny and I, with RS with us, I even got videos on it on my cell phone still. We started talking about possibility of building some townhouses or cabins. There's some conversation about that. And so Johnny and I started talking about it some more. And Johnny said, well, if we're going to build something, let's build it like they had the old hotels here in town. And so we started visiting, this is almost immediately after buying the property, or just maybe a year after it. We started visiting the not the Welcome Center, the state park over here, and looked at the pictures there. I made a lot of pictures. I think some of them are in these exhibits. And Johnny, I was wanting to go with him, but we couldn't get together. But Johnny went and visited over with Dr. Peavy and visited their archives to see examples at the school, at Toulouse Falls School. And Mr. Peavy had told us that it'd be awful nice to have some places for parents to stay when they come to visit their children in the schools. And there's no place around here much to stay. I think there are a few short-term vacation rentals in existence, but there's very few places here to stay. And even in Clarksville, there's not. And but anyway, we talked about it, and Johnny and I got with Ronnie Davison, because he's done a lot of these lake houses and everything, and they're extremely nice homes on these lakes and everything. And so he drew us some designs, and after about 2 or 3, 4 renderings, we came up to one we settled on, and we decided that, well, we'll go ahead and we had to have the property surveyed and a topo done, and hired James Irvin to do the engineering for septic and sewer, and then we then found out we needed more land to do the septic sewer, so we started talking to our children, because we'd already transferred those 5 lots to our children, or in the trust to our children. Actually, I think Brian said him and Stephanie own it, but I own 1%. And we actually got control of the trust until he's 40. But there is in that trust a document, a part that says we can't sell anything in that trust without their approval. So we met with Bob Tritt, and Bob Tritt said, well, get their approval. We got an option to buy that property so that we could have the drain field for the septic for the 4 lots on the lake. And then in addition to that, we decided, well, we'll build rental houses on the other 4 lots, because we'd have to use an acre on for the septic for the lake. And Johnny and I started talking about sometime about that time. I said, Johnny, why don't you and I buy you and your son out, where we can use our cash cow, which is the Burger Kings, to help fund the development of the other lots up the mountain. And I said it'd fit into the community. And, there's awards given. That's in one of our exhibits. James Irvin wrote the letter to us that there's awards for communities that have work, visit, lifestyle type things. There's awards that's handed out for that. So we visioned a Toulouse Falls that would be something that could be a work-live atmosphere, top-notch area. Now, we don't have the money to do all of it, but we felt like that would be the start of bringing Toulouse Falls to what Toulouse Falls history has shown it is. And be quite frank with you, I was shocked, and I remember telling Miss Lapperoots here more than once probably, that I was shocked that the town didn't jump on it and embrace it. Because it's not only a money issue, it's an aesthetic issue, and it's a local issue. Johnny lives here. I live right up the road. We have no desire to be a bad neighbors. And I don't really understand why this email barrage has happened. It disturbs me. Because we're not that type of people. People may say we are, but we aren't. So anyway.
High quality buildings that you had through this vision, the short-term vacation rental is what would finance it and make it feasible to build it, right?
Yeah, it'd be difficult to make a profit. I mean, we're not in it to make huge money. It would be difficult to make a profit other than do short-term vacation rentals.
In addition to pictures you saw of architecturally attractive buildings around Tallulah Falls, was a prototype in your mind Glen Ellis Springs and Lake Raven?
Yeah, and
Lake Raven
that's
Lodge?
another thing. I didn't, it's not like we were building a 100-bed hotel. All these people know about Glen Ellis Springs. I doubt if there's anybody in here that doesn't know about Glen Ellis Springs or Lake Raven Hotel. Both of those about the same size as what we talked about building. Both of them are. And both of them are assets to community. Lake Raven up there is right there on the lake, Lake Raven Hotel, and people that live on those lakes, they bring guests there to eat there. Now we wasn't planning on having a restaurant in it, so that wouldn't drive a whole lot more traffic. It's just residents. And then someone else could do the restaurant if they want to. Larry's got a great piece of property there that could be converted into an upscale restaurant. And so it's about the same size as that. Glen Ellis Springs out in the middle of the country, in a residential area. And they're high-class restaurants. I remember seeing Elton John when Elaine and I was eating there one time, come walking through Glen Ellis Springs. That's been years and years ago. So I don't know. I really don't understand.
And I imagine most of the mayor and council have seen Brothers' property, his property with his house and the two short-term vacation rentals. What are the standards by which he maintains that?
Every one of y'all could drive down by Johnny's house, and you cannot tell me he has not improved that whole road down through there. And he's controlled the traffic where people are messing it up. Because I own one lot down there, I did. The kids own it now. But where they used to trash up everything on the roads and be diapers and everything down there where people change diapers on the lake. And Johnny's put a stop to all that. Anyway, he's done a wonderful job.
So the 18-unit townhome proposal for short-term vacation rentals on the 4 lots on River Street, it was kind of at the end of a road. There was a steep drop-off to the old railroad bed. Right?
That's right.
And what have you done to improve that property so far? And how did you plan it so that it would be visually very low-key and minimize any impacts?
Well, it's at the end of basically an old railroad bed. That was a hole there, and everybody's aware of that too, that people could fall off in and get hurt. It's dangerous, actually. Johnny's took care of that property and that old railroad. There's 2 railroad beds there. One that's the road there in there, and one that's down on the lake. Johnny's took care of that property for, 20, 30 years, I don't know. And so he converted the upper railroad bed to the entrance to it. And then it's still sort of down in the hole, so people coming down Hickory Nut Mountain, yeah, they may be able to see the building, but they're probably just going to see the top part of it. And then the aesthetic view of it when you drive in would be beautiful. and there'd be hardly any headlights hitting any of the neighbors or anything because you're down in a lower area. We designed it V-shaped to channel all the people inside of a courtyard type area so that they wouldn't disturb other people. Of course, like you'll find out soon, probably, but we've already told the council before, we got all sorts of guidelines that people have to sign for to even check in with us.
Go ahead and tell us about that.
Well, I don't know exactly all what's on it. It's about a page and a half, but you got to be 21 years of age to sign, come in there. You got to go to bed by 10 o'clock, I believe. Can't be noise past that. There's regulations on the pets, and you know, just all the stuff that people normally be worried about, you know, trash and everything, or damages. No, things that people would normally be worried about a bad neighbor or about a bad tenant or a bad homeowner that's maybe next door. We've got all that nailed down, and we've been doing it for years.
So started work and efforts in 2016, really ramped it up in 2018. What did you start doing?
Well, 2018 is, well, all that time we graded, we cut the trees, we started doing some surveys, we took out the stumps, put the driveway in, did a lot of this research and everything that you've already heard about. So there was a lot of work that's been done and everything. And so I brought Brian up, and he and his wife and my wife and all, with Mary Beth's permission, went down on the railroad bed and looked at the lake scene and everything. And it's really, I remember carrying James Irvin down there and Ronnie Davison, who's already spoke, got their opinions. And I remember telling James, I said, this is like a National Geographic scene here. And but anyway, we did all that. And, on one occasion, when I went down there and by myself to see what RS had done previous day and all, he's one of our maintenance guys. Mary Beth met me up there, and I remember her looking at me. She said, "Now, if you wouldn't mind me putting a fence around here," I said, "Mary Beth, we'll work with you however."
Now, she on the Tallulah Falls Town Council.
Yes, she was.
You informed her doing short-term vacation.
Well, I told her about the guests that we'd have, and I don't think I used the word short-term vacation rental, but I'm pretty sure she's very much aware of what we were doing. I said, well, you know, we can help you put up fence or whatever. You know, we plan on being a good neighbor.
He didn't tell you at that time, no.
No. There was no regulations at all in anything that Tallulah Falls has as far as short term. Yeah, she discussed fence. I said, we'll work with you however you want to work. I don't think you're gonna have any problem with our guests.
Before we get into more words and deeds by city officials, let's talk a little bit about 2018 after you went out there and saw that. What professionals did you engage? What?
Well, we've engaged surveyors, engineers, not on all lots. You know, you can't develop all 23 lots at once. That wasn't our plan to develop all of them necessarily all at once. But surveyors, engineers, environmentalists, graders, the EPD, we got them involved, of course. And so, you know, just, we've contacted, we've gotten on the list, we contacted several builders. And I don't know if y'all know how building is right now, but they're all backed up, any good ones. And so, you know, we're we've, got one that we think can start pretty quick. But, and we still checking him out. He was given, his name was given to us. He's out of Gainesville. His name was given to us by a good friend of mine, Luke Knupp, who's, he has an architect degree and everything. So I had Ronnie work on it. We also contacted some of our Burger King architects because we knew that Ronnie didn't have a certified architect. We'd have to get them to finish it up, to get certified plans.
And James Irvin mentioned how many?
We've gotten at least 5 different land disturbance permits. And by the way, James informed us that, you know, they really can't, the town really can't require you to get a grading permit. He said that's beyond their governing authority. And I'm not going to kick around for $75 on a permit when we're spending what we're spending. So we went ahead and applied for permits.
Those were all in furtherance.
Yes, sir. Every bit of it.
The 13 lots that were added in 2019.
What?
The lots that were added in 2019.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, Johnny and I have been talking about the rest of his property up the mountain there, and he said he was going to he was going to sell it sooner or later. He said you might as well go ahead and buy it. So we bought it, but that was before we found out they were going to try to shut vacation rentals down. And then, like I said, we already had the option on the other 5 lots, and I had to have them for my septic on the 4 lots on the lake. So we went ahead and closed that purchase out. We had the option on that way back in earlier 19 when the kids signed off.
Going back to land disturbance permit, what is the level of depth going?
Land disturbance, what do you mean?
Surveys, soil testing, well drilling.
Oh yeah, we've done soil testing on all those 5 lots, make sure they can handle those 5 lots and others. We already contacted the soil testing person for the 12. We actually got 12 lots up there. We only applied for the city for 11 of them. We bought one more lot later on because it's right in the middle of those 11. And we haven't come back to the city and asked that for short-term vacation rental because we didn't want to change anything we'd already sent. But we're going to do the soil testing for all those 12 lots. We're on that guy's list. I don't know when he's coming, probably another week or so. And then, we of course cleared the land, everything before this stuff was passed. And then, put a driveway in there and, to try to be as little obtrusive as we could. I said we contacted the builders. We contacted the well driller. He's supposed to be coming soon. And
the $781,584.
More than that now.
Mayor and council heard about. Do that in reliance on the legality of short-term vacation.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about communications with city officials. Mentioned earlier, Mary Beth Hughes, who at the time was a city council member, and when you talked to her about your rental idea, her response was down details about a fence, as well as some privacy.
Yeah, that's not really all she was concerned about. It wasn't a long conversation.
You sort of shared with her the vision about that property that you could share.
No, not really. I just said that we plan on being good neighbors. We'll work with you however you want to work.
What did you tell her you could put on it?
Well, I just said we was going to have guests. I mean, so I didn't say exactly what we was going to put on it. Yeah, yeah.
What about 2019? who've done a lot of work up with James Irvin on the 9 lines, came to, talk to the town, what are some things you learned about this?
Well, when it came to town, many, seemed like they recruited a bunch. Evidently, it was the first zoning board that they'd had in like 12 years. And I think they had a lot of volunteers that were, I think there's been some fear mongering. And, no, I think that's what drove that whole thing. A lot of people didn't know us. And I think there's some fear mongering going on and everything. But anyway, they asked a lot of questions, everything, and it was legitimate questions. And so after the meeting, we tried to show them plans, including the engineering and everything of the 5 lots that shows the septic and the four rental houses there and the V-shaped thing and everything. And we had a few that sort of glanced at it, but they seemed more interested in going with Mary Beth down to look at what we were doing to her, which that sort of surprised me too. But they asked for permission to go down to our property and to look at it. I said, that's fine. Go ahead and look. But after all that meeting that night where we discussed the septic, see, all we thought we had to get rezoned was the 4 lots on the lake, because that's what was going to be where the townhouses were. That required a higher density and all. Well, they said that you're probably going to have to get 5 lots rezoned too, because that's where your drain field's at. And there was some talk of, what if y'all don't build them? And I said, well, we're going to build them. They said, well, if you get it zoned commercial, it can be something else. And I said, well, we're not going to build something else. That's what we're planning on building. And so there's a lot of questions. I know that Mike brought up about height of the building and stuff like that. And so, you know, I'd seen a lot of that in there, but we were wanting to see what they wanted, what they would allow and everything. We had conceptual drawings so that we could make more solid plans on what we actually build later. And so Marcia and I called Miss Lapperouse the day after the hearing. I guess that was the zoning board hearing. And we called her and we said, you know, we want to answer. I said, I feel like we resolve every question they got. We want to answer them. What do you suggest we do? And I hope I don't get her in trouble or anything. She was cordial and trying to work with us. I think she's been very good about trying to be neutral and everything. I think she's done a wonderful job of that. Y'all are lucky to have her. I'll tell you that right now. And so I'd like to have her. But anyway, so she said, well, what I would do is just withdraw and then reply later. And you know, help answer the questions and reply later. Marcia and I both were on the phone with her, and we said, well, that's what we'll do, because we didn't want to go another whole year. I think if they turn you down, then you got to wait another whole year to reapply and stuff like that. So we did that, and lo and behold, I didn't even find out about it probably about the middle of August. Evidently right after we applied for the rezoning, which is like, I think it's right here in July the 9th. Evidently, right after we applied, there was a motion or whatever to put a moratorium. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know that they had a meeting on July 11th. I guess I'd been going to council meetings before all this, so I thought they were going to be receptive to all this. We'd gone to several and before we even applied. But anyway, so on July the 11th, evidently they'd done a moratorium. and Mr. Tillery advised them that they weren't going about it in the right procedure. I mean, that's what we got from the minutes. And then evidently they went ahead and passed a moratorium on August 8th. I think that's right. August 8th, or August 8th. But that's the same day we withdrew. No, it's the same day, I think.
The moratorium were discussed in 2019 to formulate regulation, licensing, revenue.
That's right. We read it. We reread it, and the moratorium didn't say anything about prohibiting short-term vacation. It was just regulated.
In other meetings,
And we didn't have any problem with that.
in other meetings and discussions with the city in 2019 was the discussion how to regulate, license, and generate revenue for short-term
That's
vacation
right.
rentals.
That's right. We didn't have any problem with that because I'd want that if I live next door.
When is the first time that you heard a town of Blue Falls representative say they were considering prohibiting short-term
Well,
vacation rentals?
Marcia and I in the January, from that point on, we wanted to be really involved. We went to pretty much every zoning board meeting and every council meeting. And matter of fact, I remember you wrote us a letter saying that Mr. Tillery wanted us involved because we wanted input on the regulations they would do. And we were amiable to that. So in January let's see, that planning and zoning meeting where there was a motion made in a second, January the 8th, 2020, both Marcia and I was there. There was a motion made, Van Knighton, and a second by Keith Knudsen to have this ordinance, but it allowed short-term vacation rental in R1, which we didn't have any issue with. We thought that was a good thing. And most of what they had written down, I didn't have any issue with it at all. That whole preliminary thing they had, they were working from the city of Clayton ordinance that they were either in process of doing or had already passed. I'm not sure if it already passed yet. And then the White County, they were working on both of those. From it, I'd read those. I didn't have any problem with it. And so, but Barbara Rice was there, and she started saying, well, I don't know. We don't need to allow it. That's the first I heard of it.
January 20.
Yeah, January the 8th,
Let me
2020.
let me take a step back. 2019, when your townhome 18-unit 4-lot application was still pending, you showed the city plans for cabins on other lots.
On those 4 lots. Yeah, during that presentation night, I had it there available for them. We talked about, all that stuff, and they were worried about what else may be built.
Those were short-term vacation rental cabins.
Yep.
You informed the
Right.
city at a public
Right.
meeting
Right.
in mid-2019 about
And matter of fact, Terry Dobbs, the mayor at that time, right when the meeting was wrapped up, and I think she was trying to appease maybe Mary Beth, I don't know. She said, wouldn't those same townhouses look beautiful sitting up there on those 5 lots?
those were zoned residential.
They were zoned residential, yes.
All right. Was there any mention of, you heard Brian mention short-term vacation rentals already occurring on Hickory Mountain?
Yes, yes.
Was there ever any
Aware of
mention
that.
by the city they were aware that people running businesses out of home?
Oh yeah, they've I've had several of them tell me that, and I think Mayor Early and told me and Johnny about it in one of our meetings.
So one of the first people with the city who told about short-term vacation rentals was Mary Beth.
Well, like I said, I didn't say short-term vacation rental. I'm not going to lie to anybody. But I said we was gonna have guests.
She was one of the first people to talk to,
Yeah, yeah, she's one of the first one, yeah.
and she was one of the most active opponents
Yeah, I found out,
about prohibiting
yeah.
once they switched
Yeah.
from regulating to prohibiting.
yeah. And Mr. Nelms, that shocked me because, that night we made the presentation and everything, I told him, I said, we're not out to hurt anybody. He said, well, tell them that. I said, well, I will.
Now, what was the comment at one point about the city knew there were people doing short-term vacation rentals right now?
That was said many times by Mayor Early.
Under the radar, they were advertising. So what you understood, they were unregulated.
Well, there wasn't any regulations, there wasn't any guidelines or anything. City didn't have anything there.
It was not a secret that people were doing short-term vacation.
No, it wasn't a secret, no. I mean, anybody could have looked on the internet and seen it.
What else happened in January of 2020 related to some of the laws? This radical departure to banning short-term vacation rentals. What else were they discussing about your laws?
And that, you mean that January the 8th meeting?
Right.
Yeah. Well, they talked about, disallowing it.
Well,
yeah.
Aside from short-term vacation rentals, what were they saying about now?
I'm not sure what you're
I'll say
asking.
it this way: is there some confusion about zoning?
Oh yeah, there wasn't a. They were working. The town was working from about 5 different zoning maps. And I can't remember what meeting I went to, but I know it was one of the downtown development meetings or whatever. I can't remember how many maps they were working with. And any of them that had Hickory Nut Mountain on it, it was white. No zoning whatsoever. And then I found out that they hadn't legally, or I don't know if it's legal or whatever, they hadn't even adopted zoning on their map for Hickory Nut Mountain. And that wasn't even done until what? January of, I mean, not January, till right July the 9th, wasn't it? 2020. No, that's when they adopted a legitimate zoning map. Up until that point in time, there wasn't one.
When these people started talking about banning short-term vacation, your lots weren't even shown as residential.
Not on that zoning map.
February 2020, there was some discussion about building something now.
Yeah, I got concerned in that January meeting, and then we had another meeting in February the 13th that I went to, and that was the meeting, one of the meetings where Mike Early said they were doing it under the radar. And that's also the meeting where they were talking something about deed restrictions. I've looked at that too. There isn't anything there in that deed restriction about, and I don't even know if that's legitimate deed restriction anyhow. But anyway, there's nothing in there about not doing short-term vacation rentals. But after the meeting, I was getting concerned, and Joy Fountains, my friend, or I've known Joy for a long time, and his son used to work with us. I asked Joy, I said, Joy, y'all not going to disallow vacation rentals in R1, are you, residential? And he said, well, you're going to build them, you better build it now, or build it now.
That was about 8 months after.
Well, it was in February the 13th. I made notes on it. They know that too. I made notes on every one of these meetings. Of course, I know that I don't know what, but I made notes then on the spot.
Based on the way the city was treating that, money, made any sense to build a house. Ground
Not really, but, we were proceeding on until I thought they would, I thought this town would come along and work with us. I've told them several times, I said, we're willing to work with y'all. And I was thinking that, they would, especially after talk with Mr. Early 2 weeks forward, I thought they would work with us. And, then lo and behold, they went ahead and passed this thing. I think pressure was put on a couple of the council members that may have wanted to vote in favor of it. Let's put it this way. We had a public hearing on July the 9th. Is that what it was? 2020, something like that. Yeah, July the 9th, 2020. At that public hearing, there was 2 people at that public hearing that spoke for restricting or prohibiting, or whatever the word is, prohibiting and not allowing vacation rentals. 2 people. And then we had 6 people there that spoke for allowing it. And so I said, well, you know, maybe we're going to be fine here. Matter of fact, I thought we were going to be fine all the way up until July the 23rd when they met. I remember walking in the office and Johnny was sitting there, and Brian was sitting there, and he said, well, some of the people that we thought may be for it is going to be voting against it. Evidently, they went around and passed a petition between July the 9th and July the 23rd and fear-mongered people into, I don't think they heard both sides. I think whatever the petition is, I still haven't seen it. I don't think most of those people have heard both sides. Maybe some of them watched tonight. I hope they sat through this whole thing and heard both sides. Because this is not a bad thing. I know, I've got experience with it. I remember Barbara Rice looking at me one time and saying, "Would you want one next door to you?" I shouldn't say it like that. She's a nice lady. But she said, "Would you want one next to you?" I said, "I don't have any problem with it. There is one next door to me. Brother. And my brother." And I said, "I don't have any problem with them." I said, "Some of my homeowners next door to me is the ones I have problems with. They trash their yard right on my line, and they got dogs that run all over, and cats that run all over my yard." I said, "I don't stir them up or anything, but I said, they've been more trouble than the short-term vacation rental people." And I asked her, I said, have you ever done it? Have you ever done short-term vacation rentals? She said, no. I said, you done long-term? And she said, yes. I said, well, you know what type of problems you have with that.
You have a meeting in July for the vote. Follow up.
Yeah, Johnny and I, we met with, and he was cordial enough to meet with us. Mr. Early was, Mayor Early. And he was nice. He was very cordial with us, and he said, what can I do for y'all? And we explained to him how much we didn't tell him, he already knew the dollar amounts, I think, I don't know, or I don't know if he did or not at that time. I can't remember. But we told him we expended a lot of money, and we wanted his advice on how we could convince people it's not a bad thing. Because Marcia had already told me that she had talked to him after one of the meetings that he might want to do some of them himself, and sought some advice from her on how to do short-term vacation rentals. But so Johnny and I met with him, and we talked about where the road was at, and about the width of the road and everything. And he agreed that where the road really narrowed was right past we have like 2 lots that be passed for the road there of the 20. At one time it's 24. We took one of them out. It's 23 lots, and he said there's one that place. He said along River Street you should be fine and everything. We talked about the width of the road, and then we talked some about the residents up there that were already doing short-term vacation rentals, about there being a business in someone's home up there. We talked about that some, and but anyway, we discussed it.
Was there some discussion with the city official about the fact that we have these multiple lots and homes under a license have problems at one that could jeopardize a lot?
Yeah, he talked about that some. We showed him how we was trying to put that driveway in, be as little non-obtrusive, unobtrusive. I'm not real good. My wife said I failed English, but anyway, unobtrusive in there. And he said, and we told him we talked some about pulling the license. He said, well, we might could pull the license for all. He was thinking about, I think, how to control, and we didn't have any problem. High standards, and I understand that, and I plan on abiding by rules. And so he said, well, we might be able to pull your license for all 23 units. That's a tremendous amount of leverage.
Good high quality.
For good high quality standards.
Now
of course, I wouldn't like that.
but even after some people in the city started trying to prohibit them, there was still discussion.
Yeah, he was cordial. He was trying to. I feel like he was trying to be fair.
Was there some discussion about creating potentially a zoning classification?
We talked about that some too. Yeah.
That would allow the short-term vacation.
Yeah, we have talked a little bit about that.
And the lots up on the mountain, up on Hickory Nut Mountain, that area where your brother donated right of way, those lots were annexed by the city, and there were some discussions that triggered that annexation. And following that annexation, you got this zoning confusion and unexpected prohibition of short-term vacation. That's property that allowed the city to annex.
Yeah.
In some of the meetings you sat through in 2019 and 20, how did it make you feel for camping to be allowed in R1, but short-term vacation rentals to be unexpectedly prohibited?
Well, I thought it was sort of I couldn't understand why someone would let them camp in their backyards and everything, or someone may build a fire. I've done a lot of camping when I was a kid, and we'd play capture the flag, and we'd play spotlight, and we'd make a lot of noise, probably did a lot of trash and everything in the yard and everything, or wherever we camped. And I couldn't understand them allowing people to camp and everything in their backyards and everything, or around town, but then they wouldn't let people reside in a home. I felt like that was just sort of odd.
Revenue from short-term vacation rentals.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, they're not going to make any money on camping their kids in the backyard, I guess.
So to sum it up to the mayor and council, in terms of revenue to the city, benefit to the city, high standards, what are your problems with the way they? Why are we here?
Well, because I'm gonna lose a lot of money. And then also I feel like if the alternative, the development on those lots could be a lot worse situation for the town than what we're talking about doing. I mean, I feel like I feel like it's a huge asset to the town. I mean, tremendous asset. And I just don't understand.
In addition to the $781,000, have 4 years time.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time on it. We tried to do it right. We took our time, didn't try to rush stuff. And, we don't necessarily have to build everything all at once, but, we just, we want to try to make sure we did it right.
Mayor and council approve this application, ready, willing, and able.
Yes, sir.
High quality.
Yes, sir. I think if they allow us to do it, and we will do our best to abide by the rules. And you got leverage. They've got leverage. For us to abide by the rules, I think that they'll be very happy with what we do. I just, we're not out to hurt anybody. We feel like what we got planned is extremely good for the town. Any questions?
We'll take about a 10-minute break.
Short.
You got your Red Bull or something? Not me.
Are we ready to keep going? All right, we're back in session from our break.
I feel like by now you know who I am and what I'm going to ask. So a couple of questions on a few points. Number one, the discussions you had with Mary Beth, were those related to the rezoning that you were applying for?
Related to what we were planning on building.
Right. If the rezoning,
So I guess that's related to rezoning.
well, at the time you were seeking to have certain lots rezoned to a different classification, right?
Yeah.
And that was the business district classification?
Well, no, at that time, we hadn't applied for rezoning yet.
All right, well, let me back up. How many conversations with Mary Beth did you have? I mean, you said you didn't indicate that you were going to use it for STVR purposes, but there was some discussion about a conversation and a fence. So how many conversations total are we talking?
We're just talking about one conversation.
Okay, it was a short conversation.
Yeah, it's very short.
Was that during the time in which you had an active application for rezoning?
No.
Okay, when was that conversation?
It'd been sometime between when we cleared that property up till probably about April or May or something like that. We applied for rezoning, in July the 9th? Been before July the 9th.
All right, so the conversation took place before July the 9th.
That's right.
All right, and it was related to what you were going to do
with the property, yeah.
All right. In anticipation that you were about to submit a rezoning application.
Yeah, eventually I would.
And in fact, you did shortly after.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, it's a good whiles after, yeah.
Can you give me a little more specifics on when this conversation?
I can't remember exactly what date it was. We made a lot of trips down to that railroad bed.
Okay.
A lot of trips.
Well, was it in 2019?
It had been 2019, yeah.
Okay. Was it hot or cold when you had that conversation with her?
Sir?
Was it hot or cold when you had that conversation with her?
That's a good question. It's probably in the spring.
Okay. So if July 9th, 7/9, and the spring runs somewhere between, March and
something like
beginning of May.
Probably right around that time, yeah.
All right. So a couple of months before the rezoning.
Now, you got to realize that's what, almost a year and a half, 2 years ago?
Well, 2019.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me get you to flip over there to, it's like the third page roughly of your application for vested rights claims.
Third page?
Yeah, it may be, it's the third page of, I think, what Matt prepared, but it's got the list of properties. It's sort of like this. I think you went too far. All right. So which one of those parcels were you seeking to rezone?
The ones we looking to rezone were the ones on the lake.
And that's going to be
Every
15.
River Street lots, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
All right. So this conversation with Mary Beth in the spring of 19, which you were talking about, is related to those 4 lots with her?
Would be related to those 4 lots, and we had to also include the cabin lots, which would be 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40.
And that was for the off-site septic?
That's right.
Now, earlier you said that there was no zoning on the remaining lots.
There wasn't any short-term vacation rental regulations, period.
Right. I think what I was asking is I took your question or your discussion with Mr. Reeves to suggest that those properties were unzoned. Is that your contention?
Well, the zoning map didn't show any zoning.
All right, but you knew they were zoned R1.
I didn't know what the zoning was.
Okay. Now, did you read a constitutional rights letter that your lawyer prepared and submitted to the town on July 9th, 2020, in opposition to the adoption of an STVR ordinance? It'll help you. I can point it out. in that
July
notebook.
9th, 2020.
If I can help you, it's actually going to be
I knew the city was claiming that it was zoned to R1.
Yeah,
And we had that discussion several times.
sure. But I don't think that's really what I was asking. Is, I mean, you thought it was zoned R1.
Well, we were seeking to get a higher density, changing zoning.
Right, and that was the process in July of 2019.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, but what you told your attorney earlier when he was asking you questions about it was whether it was shown on the map or whether it was zoned. But
There was a lot of confusion by a lot of people.
okay. Well, so my question is, if you'll take a look at the July 9th letter from Sean Adams. I think that's it. It was right where you were before.
Okay.
You have to get on the map for making it hard for you by not tabbing. All right.
It's a long letter.
It is. In that letter, no fewer than 9 times, Mr. Adams reiterates that the existing properties are zoned R1.
Okay.
So that's what I'm getting at there.
Well, that's what the city was saying it was zoned, yeah.
And
I'm
that's
just
what,
saying it didn't show on their zoning map. They were saying it was zoned R1.
all right. Well, let me see if I can. Is it your contention those properties were not zoned R1 prior to the adoption of the new map?
I don't know how they were zoned. That's my contention.
All right.
By the map, it didn't show any type of zone.
Okay. Well, at least somewhere, Mr. Adams has come to the conclusion it.
Well, that's what the city said it was zoned. They said that they passed quite a while back or whatever that it be zoned R1. But I'm not even sure that they properly annexed it.
Okay. Now the city adopted a new map on July 9th, right?
That's right, and that's what they said their formal map was.
Okay. And you were there that night?
Yes.
And in fact, you spoke during the public portion in opposition to the map?
Yes.
And the only thing you said about it was you were opposed to it because they never brought the road up to standard like they were supposed to?
Road and their water systems, I think is what I said.
Okay. All right, but that was the only thing you said about the map, right?
That's pretty much it, yeah.
Okay. And after that map's adopted, is the confusion gone?
Yeah.
Well, Sure. I mean, if that's his understanding of it, then that's all he's got to do is tell me. I'm not asking for a legal conclusion about it, but what he told me was, what Mr. Adams told me was, is it zoned R1? Okay.
I got it all there in the time. I mean, I'd have to read the timeline because a lot took place. And I know there was a lot of confusion about what map to use.
Well, what do you believe they're zoned now?
What do I believe they're zoned now?
Right.
I guess it's zoned by whatever the zoning map it was approved at.
Okay. I mean, that's the nature of my question here. If you tell me you think it's zoned something else or unzoned or
I guess they tied together all the loose ends on July the 9th, 2020.
all right. Okay, so other than the meeting with Mayor Early dealing with the proposed ordinance after planning and zoning had made a recommendation, did you have other conversations with him about development of the properties?
Other conversations with him about development of the properties. I think we had conversation with just about everybody on the zoning board and the council and everything in our development when we made a presentation. We've made several presentations. Everybody's aware of what we plan on doing. We didn't hide anything.
All right. Did you ever apply for a building permit?
We weren't to that point.
Okay. And did you ever apply for a development plan? Did you?
Well, we applied for at least 5 grading permits to get in there and see where we could build and stuff like that. All that testimony's already been given.
Sure. But a grading permit does not show somebody that you intend to put an STVR on that site, does it?
Everybody knew what we was going to do.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm asking is how?
What do you mean how?
How'd they know?
We made presentations on it.
During the time when they were adopting an STVR ordinance?
We made presentation on it when we asked for rezoning.
Yeah. And at that point, you're asking for the rezoning to build a specific development on 4 lots, correct?
And we talked about the 5 other lots.
Which were the offsite set.
That's right. And cabins, houses.
At the time that you were talking about the rezone.
It was brought up.
Okay.
We had it all there at the meeting for people to look at. They didn't seem interested in looking at it.
Okay. Now, would you have needed to rezone any property, build the cabins?
Couldn't have to.
Okay. Is that because it was R1?
It's because there's no regulations related to, there was nothing that disallowed us from building short-term vacation rentals. There was nothing there.
Sure. That's not really my question. The question I have is, was there anything you needed to do zoning-wise regarding those cabins? I'm trying to understand the progression of these presentations.
Yeah, to build the cabins, we didn't have to do anything as far as zoning. We were building houses.
Kind of raises an interesting point. you said everybody knew what was going on. So what I've got to know and what these folks behind me have got to know is how. And I think I need a little bit, whether they do or not, it's, but my office is in McDonough, so I didn't know. But what I need from you is to tell me what you submitted to them and when that showed them what you were doing.
We submitted the application for rezoning. It came up during that process that we had, also, we're going to build short-term vacation rental cabins on acreage that didn't need rezoning. We didn't need rezoning on that to build them. We didn't need rezoning to build them anywhere on the properties.
Evidently, you did on the ones you were seeking rezoning for.
That was because it was townhouses.
Okay. All right.
The density.
Okay. Now, did you receive any formal approval of the plans that you made the presentations about?
You mean approval for rezoning?
No, I mean, during that process, did the council ever formally approve anything that you showed them?
They didn't even want to look at it.
Okay. Well, did they give you any informal?
That wasn't a council, by the way. That was a planning and zoning meeting.
So they didn't even look at it?
Some people did. Some people didn't.
Were those people on the planning commission?
At that point in time, I don't know who all they were. I know that Barbara Rice looked at it some, and I know that Mr. Nelms looked at it some.
Did either of those two individuals tell they thought you could build that?
I know Mr. Nelms said that I needed to tell him what I told him. And Barbara Rice seemed a little bit interested in it.
Mr. Nelms told you that you needed to tell him what you told him. You
Tell them that I wasn't out to hurt anybody.
Okay. Well, so what assurance did Mr. Nelms give you that you were legally allowed to do what you were showing?
That we were legally allowed to do what we were showing. Are you talking about the homes, or are you talking about the townhouses?
So your testimony is this: during the process of the rezoning, you submitted plans for townhomes that accompanied that request. Is that right?
Yes, yeah, for rezoning on the four lots on the lake.
With the 5 lots for the set.
That's right, and houses, but that didn't need to have rezoning. We needed the 5 lots for septic. It showed the houses on it. That came up, and they said, well, you're going to have to tie that in to the rezoning on the lots on the lake. You're going to have to get that rezoned commercial too, because it's tied to the lots on the lake.
Yeah. I understand. What I don't understand is how it's relative.
Well, we may be. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's right. Yeah, good. Short-term vacation rentals were already being done. No, on in R1 on the mountain.
All right, that should work a little better. Okay, so that's my question. I'm trying to, this is as simple as it possibly can be. The lakefront lots 15, 16, 17, and 18, you were seeking rezoning for.
That's right.
The lots that are 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40.
That need rezoning.
Right. But you were going to use those lots not for cabins, but for offsite septic for the 4 lots that you were rezoning for the town.
Part of it.
Okay. All right. So here's the question, I think, for purposes of tonight is, at that point, were any of these lots above that, which is 17, 18, 18A, take your pick, any lots that are other than those 2 lines, at that time, were you seeking to have any sort of approval of plans for those lots?
They didn't need approval.
Were you seeking to do anything with those lots?
Oh, yeah. I was working with my brother to try to get them bought where I could build short-term vacation rentals up there, he and I together.
So you hadn't yet bought those lots when you're doing the rezoning in 19?
No, we hadn't bought them yet. We bought them in December 2019.
Okay. So
we bought them before there was ever any mention of a change and not allowing them to be built as short-term vacation rentals.
Well, then help me understand this. If you bought those lots in December of 19, how were you showing the development of those lots during the June, July 2019 rezoning process?
When those lots up through there?
Yes.
I showed the cabins on 15, 16, 17, not on those, excuse me, 36, 37, 38, 39.
No. All of the lots that are above the last 2 lines. Okay. What you told me earlier is that everybody knew what you were doing because you had given them plans during the process to rezone the other lots.
Yeah.
Okay. So why did you give them plans showing development of property you did not own?
We had plans for all the lots. The plans could be used for any of the lots.
Okay. So they're generic plans.
Well, they're not generic. We'd have to change them a little bit according to how the land lies, just like Ronnie said.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, I mean, she's going to take it all down, either in black and white. So I'm just trying to make sure that I understand what it is so these folks can make a decision. You told me that during the rezoning, you talked to Keith Nelms, and that Keith Nelms had available to him at that meeting design plans that showed cabins on all of the lots that are above the 9 we've been talking about.
He had with him we had the engineering for the 5 lots that showed cabins on them. I didn't have those other lots in the rezoning.
Right. I understand you weren't including those lots in the application to rezone.
That's right.
But what you told me is during the rezoning process, you had both your rezoning application and then you had documents that showed what you were going to do with the rest of the lots. And your testimony was, as I understood it, that you gave those documents.
We were planning on building cabins on the other 5 lots. And then the other property we got up the mountain, we planned on building cabins there.
Okay, so
there's nothing prohibiting us to do that until after we bought the lots.
So what you're saying is the cabins that you were talking about with Keith at that time are related to lots 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They're not related to lots.
Why else would I have bought them?
Well, I think what you just told me is you hadn't bought those lots at the time you were seeking the rezoning on the other property.
I had the right to build on those lots. The town's trying to take our rights away. You're trying to take my rights away. Would you like it? Would you like it?
I think that I would
Would you
subject,
like it if they took your property rights away?
I tell you what, I'm gonna ask you questions and you're gonna answer them, not gonna answer yours.
Okay.
All right. Now, what I'm asking though, because this is important, all right? This process is important. I hope that folks behind me that are gonna have to decide this find it important. But if for nothing else, I've got to be able to understand what we're looking at so that I can help advise them. And if I don't understand it, I can't do that. So I'm not trying to take the property away, but what I'm trying to simply understand is, for purposes of this vested rights hearing, who did you talk to? When did you talk to them? And what did you talk about? And what did they tell you in response?
It was really obvious what we were planning on doing. It was obvious to everybody. I think if you called them all up, they would have a hard time saying it wasn't obvious to them.
Let's say that it was obvious. How was it obvious to them?
Why did they start trying to regulate immediately after we applied? Why we made the application on July the 9th. July the 11th, immediately after that is when the motion was made to slap a moratorium. August the 7th, we made our presentation. August the 8th, they passed the moratorium the very next day. It's obvious to me that everybody knew what we were planning on doing. We didn't try to hide anything.
So that's my question.
August the 9th was supposed to be our scheduled public hearing.
All right. When did you give Keith Nelms documents that showed what you were going to build on any lot other than 15, 16, 17, 18, or 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40?
Why would I want to give them documentation on that? The documentation that we were doing was for our development in total.
Fair to say
we were doing surveying on those lots up there. I'm sure that they saw the surveyors.
On lots you didn't own?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, just to the point is now, big, I think I'm entitled to get explanation to how everybody knew. No possible way that I can say, in response to any question about whether they're vested right, that well, may just have to argue about it a different day. But yeah, accompanied by words and deeds of the city. I agree with you on that. So here's my question. No, it's not. Well, okay. So then we disagree on the standard. Here's my question. Do you contend that there were any assurances by the city?
Assurances by the city
Yeah.
that we could build.
Did any city official give you assurances that you could do what you're proposing to do on those lots? let's start with that. Did any city official give you assurance that you could develop those lots in the STVR?
Of course, when they say that they're already doing it under the radar,
Okay.
it's already being done.
How many
What
officials?
more assurance do I need?
Well, when I drove up here, strike that. As I drove up here, plenty of people blew by me at a high rate of speed. The speed limit is not that fast, and yet people break it. So my point being, people break the law. But what I'm asking, and it really is a simple question, do you contend that the city gave you assurances that you could develop those lots for STVRs? If the answer is yes, tell me that.
Well, yes.
Okay. So then my question is, who at the city gave you those assurances?
It was already being done.
No.
It was already being done. There was already a short-term vacation rental, I believe, paying taxes or whatever with the city. The mayor said it was being done under radar. Joey said, go ahead and build them.
You can speed under radar too and not get caught.
Joey said, go ahead and build them.
Okay, so that's, I'm gonna make a list, and I'm gonna just ask you to tell me who.
Miss Nelms said that they would look good up here where we was going to put the cabins.
All right, and those were when you say.
Excuse me, Dobbs, Mayor, Terry Dobbs.
All right, so let's just take this one at a time. You're saying that Terry Dobbs, the former mayor, told you that the cabins would look good up there.
Yep.
Okay. And was she referring to lots 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40?
Yeah, those 5 lots. Yeah.
Okay. So in that conversation, was she referring to lots 4, 17, 18, 18A, 19, 20, 28, 21, 21A, 22A, 23, 24, 56, or 58?
I didn't need her assurance on all that. I could build on those 4 lots, which were in R1. Why wouldn't I be able to build it in the other lots, which are R1?
So the question that I have is not whether you needed it or not. My question is, did she give you any assurances related to those lots?
Didn't need any assurance. I didn't need to get them rezoned or anything.
All right. Now, who else? Your contention is that she told you that. Who else with the city gave you assurances that you could develop those properties for STVRs?
Like I said, I didn't need any assurances. It could already be done.
All right. So
was there anything in the state in the town's guidelines that prevented us from doing short-term vacation rentals in R1?
I'm sure we're going to find out. But my question for you here is is it your contention then that nobody else gave you an assurance?
Like I said, the mayor said it is under the radar, the subsequent mayor. They were talking about regulating it. I was good with that. Told everybody I was good with that.
And that's what you call coaching the witness. Yeah,
Well, I think what you're talking about when you're asking the same question, I've given you the same answer. Answers badgering the witness.
Sure, that's what I'm doing. I'm only asking
Oh,
you
that's right, that's
specifics.
right.
I'm
I
asking you
think you're badgering me, yeah.
specifics.
Okay, let's keep it civil.
Asking you specifics.
I've given you the same answer because it's the truth. I'm telling the truth.
Is there anyone else that you talked to at the city besides, you said the mayor, which was Mayor Dobbs, right? Mary Beth Hughes.
Every zoning meeting that we went to, every council meeting we went to, they knew that we were planning on building short-term vacation rentals. That's the reason they were doing an ordinance to try to regulate it. I had no problem with regulation, none whatsoever. It's when they prohibited it, that's when I had a problem.
I would object to the question. You're asking them to summarize previous testimony. Testify an hour or so ago about various statements and other positions and actions by the city. Now you're asking them, well, summarize right now while I'm asking the question what it is. Give a testimony, so did I.
Matt, he gave you the same vague answer to his testimony.
I'm going to object.
There's no vague answer to that
You have
whatsoever.
crossed the line. You can't be,
You're trying to be
this
cynical.
is a quasi-judicial proceeding. You're the city attorney. You can't make argumentative arguments like that. If you don't like the answer, you can't, characterize it differently. He has given a pile of statements, positions, dates where the city took various positions on STVR while he was spending money. Okay, if you don't like the answer, you can't twist it. But he gave it to you about an hour ago. I know it's 11 at night, but
Yeah.
he's given names.
You want to
dates.
keep talking or are we going to wrap this up?
Well, ask him a question.
Okay, I have.
But I think it's not fair to say, I'm asking you a question, I want you to summarize it now when you testified previously and said it's not.
That's not at all what I'm doing, and you know it. And I haven't crossed the line there being city attorney. What you're doing is you're asking for us to recognize what you claim as vested rights. Now, I pull out a boatload of cases, we can all read them together in terms of what the standard is. But you all have put on testimony that there were conversations with city officials and that everyone was supportive of this idea. All I'm asking for is specific, not in the context of the packet that has
Support made that abundant. Words of multiple city officials, it's regulated. It is legal and unregulated. Said very well, I will pursue my right.
Okay, let me ask him that question. What city official told you that it is legal and you can go ahead and do it right now?
That twisted that. They said it was
Well, why don't
unregulated.
we do this?
We didn't need that. There was no regulation there.
While she's
From full board, I want everybody.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Don't. Looking for what I'd asked.
Yep.
for. Current discussion we had off.
Yeah, I think everybody is okay with trying to find another day to conclude this. Let's get some rest, get our minds back on focus. So, do I need to call it this hearing to convene? A motion for continuance. Joey's going to make that motion. Deb will make the second. All in favor? It's unanimous. And we will work with, our city attorney to work with y'all's attorney to get a scheduled date plan as soon as we possibly can. All right. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and have a motion to adjourn. Joey makes that motion. Deb seconds. Oh, sorry. Okay. Need to have a motion to adjourn the meeting. Joey makes that motion. Deb seconds. All in favor? It's unanimous.
See you guys.